Media Group station, live from the Comcast Business Studios. 97.5, The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5, The Fanatic, and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Well, we had a better weekend with the Philadelphia Phillies, so it's nice to see them win 3 out of 4 against the Washington Nationals. We're going to have a little bit more fun with this team than we've had in recent weeks, and also the Eagles feel pretty set when it comes to getting ready for the regular season. We've still got some time to go, but I like where they're at. I think my partner here, Johnny, does as well. Do you? We'll get into it. Kincade and Salciunas here on The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
I believe it would be a failure for the Philadelphia Eagles, the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles, if they do not win the NFC East. The Eagles have had a quiet training camp.
And to me, I look at it and say, it's wonderful to have peace and serenity out in South Philly.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Monday morning to everyone out there across the Delaware Valley. If you're thinking, wow, that Salciunas sounds weird this morning. I'm Connor Thomas sitting in for Andrew Salciunas. He's got the next 2 days off, enjoying some time with the family. To my left, as always, Johnny Kincade. Johnny, good morning.
And a good morning to you. A very foggy morning out where I come from. It was a dangerous drive till I got, honestly, even on 202, it was so foggy until I got to Lake King of Prussia, so be careful.
I'm glad you made it, man.
It was really, I knew how to drive.
It's everyone else that's always the issue.
I worry about the deer and the idiots. I had to navigate at least 7-8 deer out before I got onto 202, so be careful.
My goodness, the pitfalls of late summer when it comes to how you get to work.
That fogginess is crazy.
But I don't know about you, Johnny. I woke up this morning. I was excited to come in here. Not that I'm not always, but when the Phillies played like they did over the weekend, I know they dropped the game yesterday.
Sure.
They had a good, this is the best I've felt about this team in a while. We're going to get into that. But also, I feel really good about where our football team's at right now. We're going to start with a conversation about the Eagles and just how kind of settled they feel ahead of their opener in Brazil. Now, we know they have another preseason game, but ultimately, the rest of this training camp preseason period is going to be spent with the roster cutdowns, determining the last couple of position battles and where things go. You may have seen some news, Mekhi Becton with a lower leg injury or a lower body injury over the weekend. Seems like that's not serious, so he seems to still be in line for the starting right guard position. Things have taken shape maybe faster than we thought, but definitely cleaner than I think a lot of us thought. And my perspective on the Eagles right now is, wow, I don't know that they could have had a better training camp and preseason to this point, considering what we're hearing from the coaching staff, what we're hearing from reporters around this team, and what we're evaluating ourselves. So are you in the same spot as me?
I am in a strange way. I feel very peaceful about, as we approach the opener coming up in let me check the countdown clock, in 18 days. I feel at peace up here about it in my head because it has been I expected more instability. I expected going in more stories than positive stories. And what we've gotten, I think overwhelmingly, has been more positive stories, even though, as we'll talk about in the course of the show, Vic Fangio delivers a lot of truth punches to the gut sometimes. But this team, it's been a more stable camp than I expected.
And I think it was fair to kind of expect instability to some extent. I don't know that I would go as far. Instability is a word that we can use, but I don't even know the term to put on it. It just feels like it would be clunkier. You're the smart one here in this room today. I'm going to use the dumb words.
You went to Oxford. As far as for that one semester. I think clunky's a good word. I absolutely expected that things were going to be clunkier.
And instead,
let's put it that way.
It feels like the one day out of the year, right after you see the road work on 76 complete, before they have to fill in all the potholes, you've got 24 hours from when the roving road crews fix the road to when there's potholes again. But it has felt like that one day. It's been so smooth for the Philadelphia Eagles, and it's been smooth when you compare them to some of their peers around the NFL. Now, we find out over the weekend that it seems like the Brandon Ayuk situation in San Francisco is closer to resolving itself with him staying there than it is him trading. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Which, by the way,
traded.
long term, I don't think it's a bad thing for the Eagles because I don't know how they're going to manage their cap. I really don't, because they are not the Eagles at managing a cap.
It's a great time to have Howie Roseman as your general manager.
It is. And I look at them and say, they're going to have money decisions that are going to have to be made, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to sign everybody. And if they go with Brandon Ayuk, which I understand wanting to do that, but even a year ago, I don't think San Francisco fans would have been as excited about what they're going to pay him.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good thing.
It's definitely getting tougher for teams to keep up with the way that Howie Roseman has done this, and the Jalen Hurts contract is part of it. But let's look back at the Eagles now. We're going to have time, and we're going to talk to Will Brinson of CBS Sports coming up at 8:10.
He'll give you the other perspective on the Eagles.
Yes, and he'll also give us some perspective on the teams around the NFL, since he does a great job of covering the league in general, so we'll get that national perspective. But looking at the Eagles, we both feel that it's been a smooth lead up to the season for them. And my question to you, I'd love to hear from everyone at 610-632-0975. You can call, you can text. Is it surprising to you? John, you talked about expecting some level of instability, and I don't think that that's an unfair expectation considering what happened last year. But all we've heard from Eagles camp is, the team looks good, the scheme looks good, the morale is good. Everything seems to be working out, and I want to know if you came into the preseason with the expectation that John did, and I think everybody did to some extent, of just like...
So you do think so?
Yeah.
Like, I think everybody, how could you go through last year and be totally drinking the Kool-Aid? And I'm very positive on this team, and I have been during the whole offseason. But you can't go into preseason thinking everything's great.
Well,
they have to show you.
They do, but there are some people out there in the fan base, and I'm somewhat in this school of thought, where when I see them bring in veteran coordinators,
right,
and when I trust the talent on the roster, like if you just wiped, and it's a big thing to do, but if you just wiped last year and you just looked at this roster in a vacuum, you'd say that's an incredibly talented football team with two incredibly talented coordinators, both proven at this level.
Yes.
And they've got everything they need to be a really talented team, and that's why our projections for record and everything, maybe Will Brinson's may not be, but our projections for record are pretty lofty for this team. So I would understand people looking at it and saying, realistically, they should be really good, and this should be smooth, and this should be easy as anything can be in the NFL, where we know everything's hard, for them to put together a good football team and have us ready for the season. So I would understand if the green-colored glasses is a way to put it, but also the reality of how talented this team is. I can understand some people seeing that going into camp saying, well, they should be good, so why wouldn't I expect them to have a nice, simple, easy camp? So I want to know if this is as surprising to people in the fan base out there as it is to you and me, John, when we see how just easy and breezy this training camp and preseason has been.
I didn't expect that every day we would be hearing that Kellen Moore's offense was being implemented. I didn't think we would hear all the positivity from the players, because it's a drastic change.
It is.
But that tells me how desperate they were to get the change. But also, too, how smooth it's went. How smoothly it's been implemented. I mean, for Jalen Hurts, and people will make fun of ESP, a guy I like. They will make fun of him for, play-by-play of training camp. I make fun of it, too, and I make fun of it to him. I think it's ridiculous. But I understand the point, though. For a quarterback to assimilate to this new offense and to look this smooth, and for players all being advocates for the new offense and how they think it's going to create new opportunities for them, I didn't exactly expect that. I expected that there was going to be that there were going to be times that the offense looked really shaky.
Right. And the other part of this, too, is not just the scheme and the players that have been here adapting to what they're going to have to learn with Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio coming in here. It's also been the question marks that would have existed whether you had coordinator stability or not. There were some major question marks on defense coming into this offseason with the way that the talent level, it's been much lower than the offense for a couple of years now. But last year it really, really showed. And you brought in some young players, and you brought in some unknown players. You brought in a guy, well, you had him on the roster, but Isaiah Rodgers has been part of the conversation. He hasn't played football in over a year. You have two high-profile rookie defensive backs that you're trying to see what they're going to be. You bring back Avonte Maddox. You bring in Bryce Huff, who we don't know if he's an every-down player. All of these questions.
Well, we're not the only one.
Exactly. And Vic Fangio has stated that, which we're going to get into in the show today in the way that he talks about things of that nature. But there were a lot of question marks that I think were answered pretty quickly and succinctly by the way that the Eagles have handled training camp too. So the next part of this conversation, because we're both already to the point where we feel that this has been a smooth camp and this team is positioned well to head down to Brazil in 18 days, you said it was?
Correct.
To take on the Green Bay Packers for week 1 of their 2024-2025 season. But the other part of this is, if we think it's smooth, let's also evaluate how many question marks do still exist, because there are going to be roster cuts. There are some positions that have not had a clear starter set, mainly on the defensive side of the ball. It seems like the offense is all taken care of outside of the wide receiver 3 position, but that's something we talked about last week as well. So off the top of your head, Johnny, any major question marks that you're like, this is something, though, that doesn't make it feel perfectly smooth between where we're at today and where we'll be when the Eagles fly down to Brazil?
I'm worried about the offensive line depth. And when I heard Becton go down, even though it's not, and I've been told by numerous people now, it is not anything that they are deeply concerned about. The offensive line depth does concern me. And it's one of those things where I believe Howie might look at cutdown day as a chance to go shopping to just upgrade some of the positions that he's already got. Not necessarily guys that he right now today needs, but he'll go out there and he'll find somebody that says, okay, this guy's out there, this guy is better.
Yeah.
Right now, I am concerned about that. But other than that, I'm surprisingly optimistic about linebacker and stuff like that. So there's a lot of positives that have come out of this game.
There really are. We're going to have a conversation. It's going to be a packed show. We're going to have a conversation about the linebacker position and a specific player in Nakobe Dean a little bit later on and what we've been hearing about that. I think for me, my biggest question mark is not so much who, but where when it comes to the defensive backfield. I know they have enough players. I know that there is enough potential talent in that defensive backfield with 2 high-round picks in Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, with what we've heard about Isaiah Rodgers, with what we've heard about Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and the mentality he's brought back. Darius Slay, I still believe he's a very good outside corner, but I don't know who's playing where, and I don't know that the Eagles know who's playing where. So my biggest question mark is not so much who's out there. I have an idea of who they like. We've heard it for weeks now. But where do the guys end up? Who's the outside corner as opposed to the nickel? Who are the depth options at safety? So that's something I'll be keeping an eye on. But again, that's a question that's based around them having enough talent. It's not a question of we don't have the guys. It's a where do these guys fit and who gets left out, which is the much better way to be sitting when you look forward to an NFL season.
I wonder who hears us, and I'm sure people will get in on the text line, and we'll pick up the phone, is that who hears us and goes, man, what I'm hearing is just Eagles propaganda. Because we are very, and to point, you and I many, many times see things incredibly differently.
Right.
But we seem like we're almost in the exact same place heading into the last 2 weeks before the regular season opener.
Yeah.
As far as where we're at. Expectations for the season and how this training camp's gone. There have to be people out there who are a little like, you guys are a little too positive for me.
Yeah, we may have the wool pulled over our eyes a little bit by training camp reports, and that's going to be something that we'll have to discuss when it comes to the mentality about evaluating this time of year. I do think a lot of times, you talked about the play-by-play from training camp that beat reporters will put out. I think we overrate this time of year when it comes to drawing conclusions about what a team could be, but I don't think it's a full overrating, and I think from my perspective, the fact that you and I are such in agreement on this when we oftentimes have such different perspectives on pretty much everything sports-wise, to me, I'm choosing to look at that as it has been so clean of a lead-up to this season, it's undeniable to have this opinion. But if I've learned anything about Philly sports fans and sports talk radio, there's always a dissenting opinion.
The thing is, and I think Brendan Gunn may be able to give us because he works with us on a daily basis, does the fact that Connor and I are so lockstep on a topic Is that reason to worry you?
No, that gives me hope, actually.
Oh, it does,
that you guys are kind of like sing eye to eye, because usually you wouldn't, and then I would probably hear you guys both out and pick a side. But I'm sitting here on the other side of this. Dude, that defense is the definition of a question mark to me. There's a lot of hope, a lot of promise with it. Like Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean could come in and have a impact similar to what Sam Laporta and Jahmyr Gibbs did on offense for the Lions last year. If they can completely come in and overhaul that defense, that's fine. But I can't say they're not a question mark right now. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, great signing, needs to stay healthy. Bryce Huff, you need to see a whole lot out of before you can say he's going to come in and give you the numbers that maybe Hassan Reddick gave you, or the rest of the committee can make up for that. Linebacker, Devin White's coming off getting benched. Zach Baughn's never played linebacker before. Nakobe Dean, his camp has been up and down. His stock's up lately. He's covering guys in coverage, which he's struggled with all camp. But I can't say any of those questions are answered just yet on defense.
Here's the thing. They weren't going to be. Like, how would you go from last year's defense to a spot where you feel like great about? There was no way, with all of the things that Howie Roseman needed to do and all of the questions that existed coming out of last year on the defensive side of the ball, that we were going to go into the season saying, wow, he did it. This is like all pro, every position caliber defense. They could be a top 5 defensive unit in the NFL. That wasn't realistic.
He executed his plan.
Exactly, and that's all you can ask for.
We need to see if it comes to fruition now.
And we will. But that, again, is not something that will be answered in camp. So to this point, I think they've done everything that we can expect the Eagles to do to make us feel good about where this team is right now. I'd love to hear your thoughts on everything we just broke down there, 610-632-0975. Are you in that same mindset that John and I are in, where this has been a smooth lead-up to the upcoming regular season for the Eagles, and you feel pretty good about where this team is ahead of Week 1?
Honestly, I think if anybody is in the negative camp, I'm going to tell you I just don't know. I don't know what they're...
Yeah, with that being
said, if you're in the
said,
negative camp, now that doesn't mean you have to be overwhelmingly positive.
No, I still expect that team to win 11 games at the floor.
Correct.
Right. But now here's where the tone of the show to start will shift a little bit.
Okay.
This whole seeing eye to eye thing, it's great. I think it may end when we begin to talk about the other team in this city making a lot of news, which is the only team currently playing regular season games, the Philadelphia Phillies, and they played well over the weekend. They did. Since that second game against the Marlins, that stretch of the 4 straight wins, and then yesterday, rough way to finish the series, but still, it's not like they went out there and just had no shot in the game. They had some bullpen issues with 2 guys that you should still trust in Matt Strahm and Jeff Hoffman. Over 162 games, even the best relievers are going to have games where they don't have their best stuff, and you get hit around in innings, and you lose a game because of it. That's fun. It was a good week last week and a good weekend this past weekend for the Philadelphia Phillies.
It was.
But I know that you still have some issues with the way that Rob Thompson's handling the urgency setting of this team.
I mean, he has no urgency. Rob Thompson, honestly, if the coroner visited the Phillies, somebody would put a toe tag on Rob Thompson. Because this team, this organization, this manager does not embody any sense of urgency. And yesterday was a ridiculous example of a game on the line again. When the offense is scoring 13 against the Nationals, or they're going out and clubbing the Marlins for 9. You know what your manager does? Your manager sits there and smiles and says, yeah, things are working out tonight. You know when you need your manager? In 1-run games, in 2-run games, when decisions have to be made. And Rob Thompson is a poor strategist. And I've said it over and over, and it was wonderful to see so many of you joining me yesterday. Welcome into the tent of a guy who is oblivious to opportunity. And right now this morning, you wake up a game out. You are 1 game up on playing in the wild card round. A month ago, we would have said, ridiculous. That's never happening. You are 3.5 up on not being the top wild card. You are literally, you're bleeding out opportunities that you've had. And you're heading into a really tough 2 weeks. And Rob Thompson yesterday, that was absolutely malpractice.
And you're talking about not pinch hitting Bryce Harper or JT Realmuto in big spots.
Or, Weston Wilson.
Right.
You can't let Stevenson determine a game in a playoff race, in a race for the top seed. You can't do that. And then Garrett frickin' Stubbs again.
And
like this team, you've literally said as an organization, we are taking the inferior guy, but we're keeping him up because the other guy, we want him to get more playing time.
Yeah. Now
this team, we care about the major league team winning. We don't give a flip about the AAA team winning.
They've won 4 of their last 5 games.
They have.
And Garrett Stubbs is a different conversation for a different time when it comes to.
But it's the urgency thing.
And yes, and Rob Thompson talked specifically yesterday after the game about the not pinch hitting Bryce Harper and JT decision. Here's what he had to say after the matchup with the Nationals.
With the time around to play the ninth, why not pinch it with Bryce there?
I wanted to give both him and JT a full day.
In the moment, is that hard for you to not want to put one of your best hitters in there?
Absolutely, but I'm thinking long term as well.
I'm thinking long term. First of all, Rob, you have a day off today.
Yeah, I think
there's a day off today.
I would consider long term a little bit further than the next day.
And if anybody says to you, well, they have to travel today, you don't know how these guys travel. They don't lift their own freaking bags.
It's not about that at all.
They have an absolute Barca-Lounger recliner to sit in. Stop it!
Man, did you flip the switch quick on this one?
Don't even get me started.
We have a long way to go before the postseason's even here. And Rob Thompson, I like that he's continuing to look at the longest view in the room, as
Can't
a
wait to
former
hear this one.
general manager of the Sixers used to say. Coming up next, we're going to get into a conversation about the quarterback because he's always the focal point of this football team. And Jalen Hurts, as much as we've said the Eagles have had a smooth camp, Jalen Hurts has had a smooth camp. Do you believe that this on the field is more important? Or maybe what his teammates are saying about him? We'll discuss it coming up next. I'm Connor Thomas sitting in for Andrew Salciunas, John Kincade to my left, Brennan Gunn on the board, and we are back after this here on Kincade Salciunas.
Fanatic.
Hey, I'm here. I'm Connor Thomas, sitting in for Andrew Salciunas, John Kincade to my left. And Johnny was a little bit worked up as we were heading to break about Rob Thompson's decision to not pinch hit JT Realmuto or Bryce Harper in the ninth inning of yesterday's Phillies loss to the Nationals. Now, the way that I look at it, I understand fully. Like, I need to put this out here because there's this misconception about how I consume Phillies baseball, I think, from people who are more worried about this team than I seem.
Okay. How do you get accused of? Because I see it on social media. People give you grief. Sometimes.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, you're a cheerleader for this team. You defend everything they do. Like, I understand why it makes people's heads explode when Rob Thompson says, like, I want to give guys a full day as opposed to pinch hitting them in the ninth inning. Like, that's not that big of a workload. Like, the day off can still have benefits to these guys' bodies. Like, they can feel better after one at bat as opposed to playing a whole game. So I totally understand. And if Rob Thompson, the way that you have to look at it too, I always try and look at the opposing argument or like the opposite side of the coin if I have a perspective on something. So I ask myself, like, I wasn't as upset as some people were about not pinch hitting because I do understand it's a long season and I do understand the thought process of trying to keep these guys healthy. But if Bryce Harper had walked up to the plate there in the ninth inning and pinch hit, would I have been like, man, why is Bryce in the game? Like, no, I wouldn't have been. Nobody would have been.
Nobody across Major League Baseball would be. Yeah. It's not the norm to do what Rob Thompson does. It is not the norm to say, we're going to do our give-up lineup because I'm giving these guys a day. To ask a player to pinch it. You hear it from John Kruk on the broadcast.
Yes.
You hear it from Ruben Amaro. You hear the disdain they've got for it, but they try to hide their words.
I understand.
Because they are Major League Baseball players and executives. They understand it. Kruk's on the freaking wall of fame, and they go, this is so freaking stupid. You try to win the game. You try to win it.
Yes, but in 2024, you try to win the game in a different way.
Who does?
Rob Thompson
does. That is not the norm in Major League Baseball. It is not the norm. Do you think if Ohtani had a day off, do you think that Dave Roberts is going to say, no, I'm going to go with the 27th guy on the bench?
Yes.
Or with a chance to tie the game, my best bat's coming out to hit a bomb.
Now, Ohtani is a guy that is only DHing this year.
But he's Bryce Harper-ish, but he's having a day off. Got to give him a day off.
And you look at the Dodgers, and Mookie Betts has missed significant amount of time. Now, I know it's not like a wear and tear injury, but we're going to get into a conversation because the Phillies are going down to Atlanta today. They're traveling. Off day for the team today.
It's a terrible trip, by the way. Yeah. One that I only made 46 times.
I'm not using that as an excuse at all, but I'm saying as they travel, we're going to look forward to this series. And this is not a me conversation. You, Johnny, brought up the issues health-wise that Atlanta's been dealing with all year. And there is part of that conversation that's going to say, do the Phillies just have to make sure, like, not bubble wrap seems crazy at this point with where they're at in the standings. That's totally fair. But is bubble wrapping this team a little bit or being cautious with guys' health and doing everything you can to get them days so you deliver a healthy team to the postseason? Is that even more important when you see that the injuries that other teams are dealing with?
Look, Austin Riley, most likely. And there's some red flags about how bad this injury is going to be. He is going to get checked out in Atlanta today. He may have a broken hand. Yeah. He could have a broken wrist. He got hit with the. That has nothing to do with load management or protecting your players. He's playing the game and he gets hit. For the Phillies, you can't. And Jason Stark says it on the promo that's running right now on our station. The Phillies may have put their feet up a little early. And it looks like they have. They're a game out of... Right now, they're one game from not even having a bye.
Yeah.
It's absurd. And it's because of mismanagement. It's because of mismanagement.
That they're a game out...
They could be a game out of being in the top seed.
I don't think it's mismanagement. Like, how in the world are we going to put that month-and-a-half stretch where the team literally couldn't hit on mismanagement? They went through a really bad slump, and it had nothing to do with the manager not playing the right guys.
I disagree with you completely. They had their best defensive player, and a guy who, by the way, I think is now hitting .320 for the past 2 months. was being benched so Brandon Marsh could play every freaking day. Johan Rojas was the.
You cannot tell me that they were a Johan Rojas, like more Johan Rojas playing time away from not being in a month and a half long slot. That's insane.
Johan Rojas is it's just one other option.
It is.
Johan Rojas is hitting what, like 320 for 2 months?
Yeah.
And he is by far your best defensive player. But you said, no. We need more Stevenson. We need more Brandon Marsh when he's striking out 40% of the time over a 3-week period.
You're right, but that's not the reason why they are where they are in the standing.
How did you manage to poop away the lead you had over everybody?
Because the whole team went cold for a month and a half. We all watched it. Did we forget already?
No, that's fine. But you're going to have decisions in 1 or 2 games. This is a half-game lead this morning. It could be a 2.5.
Yeah,
it could be 3.
It could, and the whole team went cold for a month and a half,
but
and it drove us all insane. And it wasn't the manager not playing the right guys. It was the whole team for getting out a hit for like a month and a half.
No, I'm going to say his bullpen decisions, I got to tell you, it's a drunken cocktail napkin, understanding what he's going to do with the bullpen. But more importantly, it's not, again, you say it's not playing his best players. Nope, he did that. And I pointed out a very obvious one. He didn't play it. And I guarantee, again, his pitchers, truth serum, would all tell you, give me Rojas behind us in center field.
Yeah, but that may have cost him a game or two.
Right now you'd be up 2.5.
It may cost him a game every 2 weeks, but they would be up significantly if they had just kept playing good baseball.
If it was Rojas coming up yesterday instead of Cal Stevenson, I wouldn't have felt any better. I still would have wanted him to get pinch hit for.
Right? That's the thing.
Okay. Best hitter, I think they said yesterday, best hitter since July 1st?
He's been pretty good.
So why wouldn't you feel better than Cal Stevenson?
Because he's still Johan Rojas.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. The guy can get on base.
He can get on base. He's
getting on base, by the way, better than your team.
The only difference is he might beat out that double play. But that's about it.
No. Do you think he would have or do you not?
Yeah, he probably would have.
He would have bang play.
But okay.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Bang play. I'm going to bet bang plays. He rarely loses.
That's fair. I just don't think if Johan Rojas was in that game, you win.
So then you had another chance.
I think we are getting a little too worked up over a stretch where they have gone 4-1, and I know it's the Nationals, but
4-2.
I think the most recent 5 games, and 4-2 was our baseline for the homestand.
That's what we thought.
So ultimately, we're good with where the team is playing right now. The manager conversation is going to continue to exist. It doesn't bother me as much, but. I want to get into this conversation, too, because we're going to continue to talk about the Phillies. We are going to look into that, what's going on between them and the Braves and where the division's at, especially considering that series starts tomorrow. But we're going to agree on another thing here. This is going to be a back and forth where I think we agree on a lot of Eagles topics today. And the Phillies conversation may be a little bit more contentious. And I think that's it's a good thing considering the question marks surrounding the Eagles are a lot more valid at this point. We have not seen them play. One of the major question marks is what is Jalen Hurts as a franchise quarterback? We know as an NFL quarterback, very talented, high ceiling. John, you've talked about him having a year this year that could be better than 2022.
I think it will be.
And that's music to my ears because if that happens, this team is winning the division. They're going to be in the NFC Championship game. They're going to have a good look at winning it. And, man, if Jalen Hurts is better than 2022, there's no reason that this team is not championship bound.
I couldn't be any more high on what Jalen Hurts is how it seems the transition's going. But going into the season, I thought Jalen Hurts is closer to the quarterback that on December 1st, again, it's just a good number. December 1st, 2022, Jalen Hurts was number 1 in the odds for MVP. December 1st, 2023, Jalen Hurts was number 1 in odds for MVP. 2 years in a row. I have no reason to think that's a fluke. I have no reason to think that that's something that's not going to happen again. He'll be right there in that discussion.
Now, it could be, and I do think MVP, right? We talk about this with Joel Embiid and the Sixers all the time. MVP is sometimes, like part of the equation for who's in the MVP odds and the voting and everything is the quality of the player.
Oh, sure.
But there is part of it that is the narrative. There is part of it that's the situation that they're in. There is part of it that how's the team as a whole playing. You do
and look at what the Eagles were.
Right.
On December 1st of both of the last 2 years, they were running away with the best record 2 years ago. And last year, they had the best record by themselves.
So there's an argument
and
to
that
be
helps
said.
a lot of times.
Yeah, that Jalen Hurts, to some extent, not fully, but is a product of his situation the past couple years when it comes to the MVP.
That's
In
fair.
2022, he
That's
had
fair.
a much better individual case. But because of that, we wonder, well, we've had the conversation. How many times, like endless, of is it Jalen Hurts or is it all of the weapons around Jalen Hurts? What would happen if you put him in a system where he had less guys? And luckily, we won't have to figure out because Howie Roseman did a great job of locking down the big-time players on this offensive side of the ball. But not only are there the on-the-field questions with Jalen Hurts, there's everything with the relationship with the coach, which seems to have gone smoothly through camp as everything else has.
It certainly has.
There are the questions about the locker room leadership last year, which it is impossible to not put some of that on the plate of the franchise quarterback, the guy who's supposed to be the leader of this team, or at least the leader of the offense. And we have really questioned a lot of things about what Jalen Hurts is going to bring to this team, both in a leadership role and on the field as the quarterback this year.
And you feel better about it today.
Not only do I feel better about it today because of what I've seen and what I've heard from reporters, we've heard from some of his teammates now, and what we're hearing, well, man, I used music to my ears earlier. This is more of that. So we're going to play some of his teammates' recent comments about the Eagles franchise quarterback coming up next. We're also going to check in on the text line, get some of your reaction. 610-632-0975 is the phone number. Call in, text in. We'd love to hear from you on our topics of the day. I'm Connor Thomas sitting in for Andrew Salciunas, John Kincade to my left, Brendan Gunn on the board. We're back after this from more Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bill Colarulo.
Jalen Hurts didn't think to even...
Live here, 6:47 a.m. the time at Fanatic Studios. I'm Connor Thomas sitting in for Andrew Salciunas. I am sitting next to, not Pink. John was singing a little bit and talking about the
Pink.
concert.
Yes.
As Pink was at the link last night.
What if I told you there were players that had a long day at the ballpark that went to see Pink last night?
I would say enjoy the show.
Yeah.
Hopefully they had themselves a good time.
Hopefully they had a great, great time. Would you go to a Pink show?
I wouldn't go, but I don't know.
But you wouldn't turn off Pink. Like if
I enjoy the music. I would not buy a ticket to the show, but I don't go to many shows because we have so many events. Just games take up so much of our time that any time you're going to a concert, you're missing something, especially in the summer.
At. I would not turn. Liv handles a lot of my musical tastes, and so I would not ever turn off Pink songs.
Yeah, I got no beef.
But,
also, she's local. Come on, we got to protect our own.
But I'm not going to the. I'm not her target.
We're on the same page on that one as well, Johnny. We're on the same page with the quarterback, too. And you know what? With Jalen Hurts, it seems like what we're hearing from his teammates, the team is on the same page when it comes to Jalen Hurts and their evaluation of how he's looked in training camp. And you know what? Players do have the tendency to talk up each other, and you're never going to say something bad about the franchise quarterback unless the team isn't playing well and there are questions about the locker room. And last year we kind of heard that there were not so much people saying, well, Jalen Hurts isn't getting the job done, but there was dissension in the locker room, and that can lead to questions about the franchise quarterback, whether they're vocalized by players or not. So it's great to hear this stuff that teammates are saying about Jalen Hurts through camp. First, I want to hear from one of the guys facing Jalen Hurts and a guy that saw how rough this team looked in the postseason last year. Devin White, who came here from Tampa over the offseason, talked about how Hurts has been picking the defense apart.
The biggest thing that he's doing is he's being patient in his progression as far as getting to the line fast and, using dummy counts to be able to get us to undress ourselves as far as, when a person finna blitz, they eager to go. So if he give you a hard hut and you kind of, show he can kind of point it out. So I think that's what he's been doing a lot lately. He's not been rushing, trying to, get to the ball and just go set hut. He's kind of been taking his time and really picking the defense apart, and at least trying to.
I love that for a lot of reasons. One, it's good to hear defensive players talk about how the quarterback is keeping them off balance, but specifically good to hear about Devin White talking blitz pickup or blitz recognition. We know that Jalen Hurts took over that responsibility when Jason Kelce retired. We have not seen him do it in an actual game yet. And to hear a player that has been around the block a time or two in the NFL and Devin White say, hey, man, he's keeping us off balance with these hard counts and everything.
Love it.
I feel good about that. Let's flip to the offensive side of the ball because there's a different perspective from the offensive players as to how the quarterback's doing. They know how things are supposed to be run. So maybe the bar is a little bit higher. Jordan Mailata, who I think we're going to see continue to turn into more of a vocal leader of this football team.
Doesn't it sort of seem that way? Like Mailata's all of a sudden...
He seems to be filling
stepping up
in the spot where Jason Kelce vacated. And he talked about the big jump that Jalen Hurts has made through training camp with the new system.
Based on camp so far, big season, Jalen. I don't want to put any pressure on him, but he's just, from last year to this year, the growth that I've seen, just from him as a player, amazing. Taking control of, that playbook and what's his. Making sure that he knows, that everyone is on the same page. He's taking a big leap, so I'm excited, and I can't wait for you guys to see that.
How many times can I say I love to hear it? I feel like I've responded to every Eagles soundbite for the past month saying I love to hear it, but it's good to hear from the guy in Jordan Mailata who knows how good Hurts can be to say that's the guy he thinks is going to have a big season.
He's very that gives no wiggle room. Like his assessment of Jalen Hurts leaves no wiggle room.
Right.
He flat out says it. I'm thrilled. Big year for Jalen. Don't want to put pressure on him, but it also means to me, too, they're buying into everything that they're being taught.
That's a huge part of it.
They're liking this offense. They're liking what it's going to do, and everybody sees the benefits of it.
But what I will say is last year, we heard a lot of good things about the offense, and we heard a lot of good things about individual players. And how
we did not hear this, though.
No, we didn't hear this.
Because the training camp did not go as smoothly.
It did not, but the belief in Jalen Hurts and his ability to distribute the football was still there at this point last year. We thought it was going to be a follow-up to the 2022 season where we see him do an excellent job once again of utilizing the weapons he has.
did you need to hear it last season? Because he was coming off the 2022 season. If he was coming off a bad season, maybe there's an overreaction to praise him a little bit, like we're saying now.
We had arrogance last year. Or at least, no, I should raise a finger. I had arrogance last year, just assuming they would, even though my biggest concern was those two rookie coordinators, I had an arrogance thinking they're good enough just that talent can overcome as coaches learn along the way.
Right, but I don't think what sunk the Eagles, or specifically Jalen Hurts last year, was his inability to play the quarterback position. I think part of what the problem with this offense is, and I'm not breaking any news here, but it was lack of leadership in times where the Eagles really needed it. And that was apparent on the defensive side of the ball as well. But the franchise quarterback wears a lot of that. Jordan Mailata didn't just talk about what Jalen Hurts has been on the field so far this preseason. He talked about the type of leader he's been.
Jalen's doing a great job of just, communicating the process, going through his process and making sure that everyone at front in the O-line understands their job, and I think he's taking control. Everyone's going to say, we lost Kelsey. Kelsey was this, Kelsey was that. Well, Jalen's taking a big step in leading in that role, that, leadership, and making sure that everybody knows their points. Everybody's on the same point. Everyone knows their routes. Everyone knows who's hot.
Is he doing that more than last year?
He's taking a tremendous step in that direction, yes.
I love hearing that.
Yes.
I love hearing that.
And it's funny that we just said Jordan Mailata seems to be the guy that's going to step in and be the vocal type of offensive lineman that Jason Kelsey was. And then immediately we hear him say, nah, man, Jalen's the guy who stepped into that role. Like, all of this is great.
It is good.
How can
and
you not enjoy it?
I don't believe it's just
eyewash.
Yeah, I don't think it's players just trying to kiss butt either. I think they're seeing it with Jalen. And I just look. It's the only. And look, he was not fully cooked. What are you guys the frontal lobe things? What, when you're 25?
25, yeah, your brain fully develops.
So Jalen's frontal lobe is just developed.
I mean, love this.
He had things along the way that he had things that he was great at, and he obviously had things he had to work on. And he obviously is working on them where his peers are impressed.
Every time a guy turns 25, it's the brain developing conversation. But listen, it's science, baby.
When do you turn 25?
Me?
Oh, you already?
Yeah, I've been there for a little bit.
I'm not sure 25's the age we can count on everybody. Just saying.
That's a fair point.
Just saying.
I'll get there
Maybe
one day,
you were hit
Donnie.
by too many baseballs.
That's also a possibility. It's a great point by you.
And
coming up next, we're going to reset the topics that we've gotten into today. A lot of Eagle stuff with some Phillies mixed in, reaction to the weekend for the baseball team. We're also going to talk about the coaching chemistry. We talk chemistry, we often look at the players and the locker room. But have the Eagles built the perfect coaching staff chemistry? We're going to jump into that as well as get your reaction to what we've been getting into on the text line, call line 610-632-0975, the phone number to check in. Are you feeling as good about Jalen Hurts and the Eagles as we are? I'd love to hear from you. I'm Connor Thomas sitting in for Andrew Salciunas, John Kincade to my left, Brennan Gunn on the board. And we're back after this here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Less than 3 weeks away. I'm Brennan.
Time here at Fanatic Studios. I'm Connor Thomas, sitting in for Andrew Salciunas. He has today and tomorrow off, spending some time with the family, a little staycation for him. He'll be back in on Wednesday, but me and John Kincade have you locked down here on Kincade and Salciunas.
He's painting shutters.
I know. He's
going to paint shutters.
He takes vacation and then just does chores around the house, which I guess is an adult thing.
Now look. Mom and Dad live down the shore. My adopted parents live down the shore. I got to tell you, there ain't any way in hell that I'm at my house if I've got days off. I'm down at Mom and Dad's.
I'm on the beach, too. I'm totally with you. But Salciunas getting some work done, being the good caretaker of the house for his wife and son. So he'll be back to be the caretaker of the show on Wednesday.
Yes.
Yeah, he is. He's enjoying the time off. But we got you locked down. We've been talking a lot about the Eagles, a little bit of Phillies conversation mixed in there with the strong weekend against the Nationals, but still some questionable decisions by manager Rob Thompson that a lot of people have been debating since the end of the game yesterday. We just had a conversation, though, about Jalen Hurts and the way that his teammates are talking about him. You heard Devin White say some good things about how he's keeping the defense off balance and handling blitz recognition. Jordan Mailata talked about both the ability that Jalen has shown on the field, learning this new system that Kellen Moore has brought in this year, but also off the field and stepping into a leadership role that has been vacated by Jason Kelce's retirement. And even with Jason Kelce as part of the team last year, there were major leadership issues from really the head coach down with this football team. So it's great to hear all of this stuff. How are you feeling about what the players are saying about the quarterback? They're in the locker room, folks. Like, I know there's someone out there right now hearing me and you, John, talk about this Eagles team and how everything's smooth and easy, and they're saying, you got the wool pulled over your eyes. You guys are crazy. I'm still worried about last year. How can you be so confident in this team?
And you don't think they're nuts, right? Or do you?
I do not fully.
Like, I understand the listener that says, oh, God, you guys are too positive. I could understand it, too, because I think if I was in my car listening or if I was at my desk listening, I'd be going, okay, they're really positive. But I think this team is far closer to the 10-1 team than they were the 1-7.
And you have to also understand, we're reacting to what we hear. Mm-hmm. Like, we do see some stuff. We watch the preseason games. We'll see the videos from practice. We'll talk to beat reporters. But ultimately, we're at the mercy of what we hear out of camp until we get to watch this team on the field in the regular season. And there's no reason that we've heard of to be worried about this team. There's carryover from last year to be worried about. But if everyone's telling us good things, what do you want us to do? Say, all the players are lying. They're hyping it up. The coaches, they're making stuff up saying guys are playing better than they are. Like, no. And
I think the problems are, honestly, I think the problems are gone.
I agree.
I think the problems are gone. I believe that the coaches are gone that were inadequate. I think Hassan Reddick is gone. And I do believe that he was part of the problem. And so to me, that's how I look at it.
And we can't be 100% sure, which is why you're saying it's fair that people have some questions and concerns still about this team.
Exactly.
But what we can be sure about is that the narrative out of camp is what it is. It's highly positive. Things seem to be going correctly, smoothly, however you want to put it, for the Philadelphia Eagles to this point. And that's what we have to react to. So until we have something to be concerned about with this team, I'm going to enjoy this. Because there's going to be a point in the season, like there is in every football season, where we have questions about this team, whether it's going as far to say, well, we were wrong, last year's problems still exist, or even if it's a stretch where it's just like, I have concerns about this, that, or the other thing. There are going to be plenty of times to be concerned about the Eagles from now until the end of time. So while we have good stuff, why don't we celebrate it?
That's what I would say. Yeah, let's enjoy while we got it.
Something else that's good, too. Because
what's that?
Leadership is going to be a focal point of this Eagles season.
Okay.
More so than it normally is for an NFL team. It's huge. You've been in NFL locker rooms, John.
Sure.
You've watched a lot of football. We know how important it is in the structure of a team that plays such a grueling schedule to be together, to keep the morale, to keep the focus, all these things. Leadership's important. But it becomes even more important when you come off of a season where you didn't have it in the way you needed to. And that's not just on the players. You brought up how the issues you think are gone, and part of that is the coaching staff changes. Well, leadership should, ideally, start with the coaching staff. That's kind of their calling card, right? You're going to call plays, but ultimately the coach of any team, from Pee Wee level all the way up to the NFL. And the Philadelphia Eagles, they're the ones who set the tone when it comes to the leadership of the team. So, what have the Eagles coaches been like over the course of this camp? Different.
They've been different.
And I think in a great way. I'm not just saying different from last year.
Well, what do you think is so different?
I think that we have seen different things from each of the three major coaches. Not to be blasphemous, but the Eagles' holy trinity of coaching is Nick Sirianni, Vic Fangio, and Kellen Moore.
There may be an Antichrist in there. We just don't know.
We'll find out over the course of the season. But when you look at the way that they've approached this training camp, the things that they've said and the things that they haven't said, they are different personality-wise. And we talked last week when it came to the offensive starters and whether or not they should play in the second preseason game. We know ultimately they didn't. That's still something that I think we're a little bit annoyed we haven't seen them play yet, but at this point, it is what it is.
Nobody's losing their mind over that.
Right. We had a preference. It did not work out that way. We move on. But we pointed out how Kellen Moore is more similarly aligned to Nick Sirianni than Vic Fangio is.
Yeah.
I'm noticing something, Johnny.
What's that?
The coaching chemistry, I think, is already reaching a very good balance for this Philadelphia Eagles team. You have, in Vic Fangio, a guy who is just straight up going to tell you how it is every time, whether it benefits the team or not.
He doesn't give a flip.
Right.
It's the end of his career. It's going to be his last job.
Yeah.
He doesn't give a damn.
He doesn't care if it makes the team seem good. He doesn't care if it makes players seem good. He's going to tell you what he sees. On the other hand, you have Kellen Moore, who is a little bit more diplomatic, not quite to the level of Nick Sirianni, where it verges on, he's just flat out living in a fantasy land where he can only say good things about players. And I'll tell you, I think Nick Sirianni is leaning that way at points when you hear him talk. But Kellen Moore is more pragmatic than Nick Sirianni, but less so than Vic Fangio. And then you have the head coach who says things, and we talked about, this is not a knock on Jalen Hurts. I'm not saying he shouldn't be saying good things, but Nick Sirianni, this cut you're about to hear him talk about Jalen Hurts and his success, this is everything you ever hear from Nick Sirianni when he talks about players and how positive he is and just glowing and loving on guys like he says. This is Nick Sirianni and his evaluation of his quarterback so far through camp.
That can go a couple different ways. That can go where he's not taking risks, but I don't see it that way. I see him pushing the ball down the field and taking the plays that are there, and when the play that he wants to push down the field is not there, he's checking it down. He's playing really good football. That's a product of him. He's taking what the defense is giving him, and that's good quarterback play. Good quarterback play. The quarterback play I get so excited about is, okay, we have this shot on, or we have this intermediate chunk on, and they didn't give it to you, and then we take a check down for 10 yards. That's awesome. That's awesome football. And that gets me more excited than sometimes the big wow plays, because that's just the development of a quarterback and making plays. And so that's what he's done. I think he's just had a great camp in that of taking care of the football. We put so much emphasis on winning the turnover battle. In the past 3 years, since 21, 22, 23, when we've won the turnover battle, we're 20-1. We were 6-1 in 21. We were 10-0 in 22, and I believe we were 4-0 last year. We put so much emphasis on that.
Nick Sirianni, though, he's gushing because it's what he didn't see last year.
Absolutely. And I don't think it's unfair that he's gushing. But he said like 6 or 7 different things in there that you're just like, oh, this is awesome. This is great. This is great. He takes after me a little bit, or maybe I take after him a little bit in the whole positivity.
He sounds like you with the Phillies sometimes.
Exactly. And people see that about Nick Sirianni. I do think there's a place for it. And I think there's a place for the middle ground that Kellen Moore seems to be. And he's not as outgoing in the support of players, like unnecessary support of players like Nick Sirianni is.
I have a theory to that.
Okay.
Kellen Moore's never been a head coach. Vic Fangio doesn't give a flip because he knows he's never going to be a head coach again.
Okay.
He's not looking to be a head coach again.
Right.
He's checked that box. He's been at DC. He wants to win a championship. He just wants to do what's best as a coach. I think that you see Kellen Moore is still playing a little bit of the politics game where he wants to come off as a level-headed administrator. I'm next up. And I truly do believe Kellen Moore will be one and done.
And
I don't believe
hope
he's going to. I think he's going to be one and done. No, I think it's the best thing in the world. If Kellen Moore is one and done, Connor, it means we had a hell of a year. We had a hell of an offensive
does,
year. This team was great offensively.
Man, and this is a conversation for later. I want sustainability. I want the team to be great. And I understand what that could mean for your new offensive coordinator.
Sure.
And we saw it in the aftermath of the Super Bowl with Jonathan Gannon and Shane Steichen both departing. So I know that's a realistic conversation. Right. It's a bridge we'll cross when we get to it, and hopefully we do get to it. I want sustainability, and I want the Eagles to keep up what they're doing with this coaching
recycle.
staff.
If you want sustainability, just go recycle. I want you to don't worry about your coaches. Just, do whatever you can. Throw out your trash.
The Eagles are not they're not batting 1,000 in the recycling category because every once in a while they're going to miss. And that's why it's nice to keep these guys in-house. But
I'm not either. Don't check my recycling bin.
I think part of this, though, this had to have been the plan, right? In evaluating who you wanted to bring in to be the new coordinators of this team, when I see the chemistry of Vic Fangio telling it how it is, Kellen Moore playing that diplomatic role of, hey, I want to be a head coach one day. I want to be in that role. I'm going to kind of balance these two guys out. And then Nick Sirianni being the incredibly positive overseer that's going to tell you everything's great with the team. And because he's not calling the plays, he's not ingrained in the actual scheme of the team on either side of the ball.
Which I'm thrilled with, by the way, thank God.
Of course. I think we all should be. It also gives him more opportunity to play that role of like, he's the guy that's going to pat you on the back. He's the guy that's going to put his arm around your shoulder to say, hey, man, I think you're doing great. He can talk up this team more. He can be the chemistry guy. And that type of chemistry, to use the same word, that exists between the coaching staff, the balance, I think not only when they brought in these guys were they considering, well, Vic Fangio runs the scheme that we've run for years. Created the scheme that we've run for years here in Philadelphia. Kellen Moore has 5 years of sterling reputation as an offensive play caller in this same role. But these guys balance out the head coach pretty well personality-wise, and they put us in a situation where we have more boxes checked than last year.
Do they balance them out, or do they dominate the room? Do they dominate? I haven't talked to enough people yet, and as the season goes on and I get to be down there on game day and everything, I'll get a better sense of it. But to me, it's the idea that I wonder if they dominate the room. Like they've literally, I don't want to besmirch because Nick Sirianni has taken a bunch of shrapnel about his abilities, about what his role actually is, and things like that. But it does seem to me like this team's coaching has been taken over by the coordinators.
Yes,
it's very like I think that his messaging is the quietest of the three.
Absolutely, because I think it's the least important of the
administrator.
But it is still important.
Sure,
and I have to give Nick Sirianni credit because I think he plays that role perfectly, at least to this point. Everything changes when you step on the football field for an actual regular season game. But again, just like we had the conversation with Jalen Hurts and how smooth the camp has been for the team in general, we can only go off of what we've seen so far. And I love the makeup of the Eagles coaching staff, not just from like the scheme perspective, the resume perspective, the personality perspective. I think there's something for everybody with those three guys. And I think that makes sure that when you have different personalities in the locker room and different types of players and different problems from last year and questions about how this team is interacting and where the locker room is, that's something that I believe was a concerted effort by the Eagles in bringing these guys in.
For you two, before I give my answer, what's your preference? Of the three of their approaches, what's your preference?
I'm kind of leaning right now for what happened last year and what they need to correct it. I'm going Fangio right now. Like, I like him wanting to play the starters. I like the old school kind of honesty mentality that he has. I think Sirianni sometimes overly is too secret. Oh, we're going to play the starters. Oh, we're going to take it back last minute. Kellen Moore, I think he's passive. Like, I think Kellen Moore is the guy that's behind them not playing in the preseason. Nick Sirianni's just the messenger puppet guy. And then Vic Fangio's just brutally honest. So I'll go Vic Fangio because that's what the team needs right now.
Yeah, I think I got to go with Fangio as well. I mean,
that's surprising. You know what it is? It does surprise me a little bit because you guys are younger.
Yeah.
You guys have a different, and it definitely is. Vic Fangio screams old school. Like his whole approach, he's old school.
Well, I would not like it personally, but I think it's what the team needs. Like Brandon
is it
said.
Because of last year? That's what you said,
100% because of last year. But like Connor, I would not like to be coached like that, period. But I think that's best for the team right now.
See, I liked coaching like that. I enjoyed the more, where do I stand? What do I need to do? That would be my approach that I would like.
But this is the point. There's only three of us. There's going to be 53 on this roster, and there's going to be a bunch of different perspectives on how they want to be coached. And
sure,
the bottom line is you've got different guys, different strokes for different folks. I believe that's an old sitcom reference that you may be familiar with.
Different strokes to rule the world. I think that's how the song went.
I just feel very good about them having a better bout. I couldn't tell you a thing about Sean Desai's personality. I couldn't tell you a thing about Brian Johnson's personality. I could tell you whether or not their schemes worked last year, and the answer is no. But we didn't really hear, this is Brian Johnson's leadership messaging to the team.
They hid them last year.
Exactly.
They didn't have as big a stage as these guys had. I mean, you didn't hear. I bet you people could not tell you what Sean Desai's voice sounded like. And right now, every Eagles fan could tell you what Vic Fangio, they could hear a soundbite and go, who is this?
Yeah.
And they would know his voice.
I couldn't tell what Sean Desai sounded like. I just know I would hate it. Whatever that guy sounded like, I would hate it.
It's the idea, though, is that these guys have a much bigger stage.
And last year, everything fell on the head coach because you hid the coordinators in that way, like you were talking about, and he failed in that role because, frankly, there are still valid questions about Nick Sirianni's ability as an individual coach.
Right, exactly.
But
as an individual coach.
But as a coaching staff, I got less questions than I thought I would about this team.
I'm feeling good. I got to tell you, I'm feeling very, very good. And I know a lot of people are very leery about even week one, and we're going to get into that in the next couple of weeks. But I feel good about where this team's at, and they're making me feel that way. They're telling me to feel that way.
I do as well, and that's turning into the theme of today's show. So 610-632-0975 is the phone number.
Is that subliminal
or text it? I'm just going to keep powering through it.
Staying out of that room in the break.
And I'd love to hear from fans out there. Does this make you sick to your stomach when you hear John and I talk about how positive we are with the Eagles right now? I think there's someone out there that we're
one of my buddies is sick to his stomach about it,
and
he thinks that he thinks they're closer to the 1-7 team than the 10-1 team, and I can't be. I said to him, I think you're absolutely nuts.
Well, I'd like to see how many people feel that way. So you can call in, you can text in.
I don't know how anybody could feel that way.
Well,
I really don't. I don't know what that where that comes from.
And I'm inclined to agree with what you just said there, so I'm going to need someone to state their case, or a lot of someone. So let's open up the text line here. Brendan, what do we have on the situation with the Eagles, the quarterback, and everything like that? How are people feeling about this team this morning?
Yeah, it seems pretty positive overall. We got Dave and Cape May checking in. He says, guys, I truly believe there was something wrong with Jalen last season. He clearly had some kind of injury or is struggling with his mobility. I think he rehabbed all offseason and is back to full strength. I'm willing to bet he has a fantastic season.
Love that. I'll visit Cape May next week when I'm down the shore. So
staying out of the courthouse.
I'm staying out of the courthouse. We'll see the ugly mug though. We'll check in on the.
Be a fun time. But yeah, Dave from Cape May's point there. Jalen Hurts. We talked about how he seems healthier. He seems faster, more explosive, like we'd expect him to be. You're looking at a situation where that's a positive response on the Philadelphia Eagles that I think is rational. And I don't think what we're doing is irrational here, Johnny. I'm going to fight someone tooth and nail if they say, oh, you guys are going above and beyond. We're not doing this. We are reacting to the narrative of the Philadelphia Eagles. We didn't come in this morning and say, man, I think we need to talk up this team.
When, as Brendan said, when Connor and I agree on, honestly, just the overall, how we're feeling, that doesn't happen a ton. So in and of itself, that's good.
Absolutely. So, but again, there's going to be dissenting opinion always with Philadelphia sports. So 610-632-0975 is the phone number to jump in. Coming up next, we're going to talk a little bit about the conversation earlier, John, the keeping the Phillies healthy and compare it to their closest division rival.
Bubble wrap.
Well,
yes.
Atlanta is not in bubble wrap, and their team is looking weaker by the day. And is that the story of the NL East this year? More so than the Phillies' success. We'll discuss coming up next. I'm Connor Thomas in for Andrew Salciunas. We're back after this here on Kincade Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Less than 3 weeks.
I'm Connor Thomas sitting in for Andrew Salciunas. Got the next 2 days off. Show's flying this morning, and that's because we have a lot of good things to talk about. Johnny and I have been largely positive on the Philadelphia Eagles and what we've seen and heard through camp so far. There needs to be a kind of rational look at how much this matters because it is still training camp. It is still preseason. We're not saying anything about the regular season at this point because we haven't seen the offensive starters step on the football field in competitive play. So there's still other hurdles to get through before we say, oh, okay, this team's ceiling is Super Bowl or whatever we're going to get to over the course of the regular season. But
sure.
To this point, we feel good. And that's all we can evaluate. Now, this is good news for people out there who may say, well, you guys are being crazy positive on the team this morning. I don't agree. I think there's this pitfall and that pitfall and these questions from last year. Well, we're going to talk to a guy coming up at 8:10 in Will Brinson, great reporter for CBS Sports on the NFL. And he's going to justify why he has the Eagles a little bit lower record-wise than I think most people around football and certainly around the city of Philadelphia do. He
does 9-8.
9-8 his roster projection.
I'm going to tell you, I think Will's been drinking, and I'm going to propose an intervention while he's on the air with us.
Well, hopefully not drinking yet this morning because we'll, again, talk to him coming up at 8:10.
He might be. I have no idea because with this prediction, I'm worried that Will has really sunken into a bottle. So I'm going to bring it up. We've been friends for a long time, so I'm going to call him out on it.
Okay. Well,
and look, and if he needs me to intervene on behalf of his wife and family, I'm going to do it.
He has an argument, and before we have him on, we're going to reread coming up later on this hour his blurb on why he had the Eagles at 9-8, and then we're going to discuss that with him as well as the national perspective around some teams that the Eagles are going to be competing with in the NFC and just the NFL in general. So that'll be a fun interview coming up at 8:10. We've got today's headlines with Brendan Gunn at 8:05, so some busy stuff at the start of the 8 o'clock hour. But we've touched on the Phillies a couple of times from the weekend. The overall feeling, positive about how they're playing, but when it points to the manager, Johnny, you've had strong criticism of how Rob Thompson's been handling stuff. I'll give you a second to just remake your case about what you were annoyed with yesterday, the non-pitch hitting of Bryce Harper, JT Realmuto in a big spot for the team.
He does so well at so many things, Rob Thompson, to lead with. He is there. This is not a guy that I'm saying is a buffoon, a guy who shouldn't be manager, or you got to get rid of Topper. But everybody has a skill set, and his skill set is to maintain a team over 162, get players to buy into what his plan is, and everything like that. Again, I wouldn't pick Rob Thompson to win a game at Connect Four. I'm just saying, strategy is not his skill set. It's not his thinking on the fly and adjusting and saying, you know what, I know what the plan was, but we have to move off the plan. And any other team, Judge is off, Ohtani is off, Pete Alonso is the day off. If you give them the same scenario in the ninth inning, they are pinch hitting for Stevenson with Rojas on the bench. So you've already got somebody that can go in the field.
Yeah.
All you're asking your star player to do is go up and swing. By the way, I would not have put up Realmuto because of the fact that then you would have had he's got to step in and catch.
Right. His off days are more
That's
valuable
different.
than Bryce Harper's.
That's no question.
Just
A
because of
catcher,
position.
no question. But there's also you've also got Weston Wilson, who, by the way, was one of your hottest hitters over the weekend.
It's absolutely fair.
It makes no – Rob Thompson's idea of we had to give him a full day makes no sense. So I'm sure those players just went home and rested with their full day off. I'm sure they just went home and rested after the game and didn't go out or anything, right?
Well, Rob Thompson will play again. We played this earlier, but his explanation for why he did not use Bryce Harper or JT Realmuto in that spot yesterday in the ninth inning against the Nationals.
With the time rather than play the ninth, why not pinch it with Bryce there?
I wanted to give both him and JT a full day.
In the moment, is that hard for you to not want to put one of your best hitters up there?
Absolutely, but I'm thinking long-term as well.
So he does say it's hard for him to not hit those guys there. And I believe that is a tough decision for him to make. And his explanation, whether you buy it or not, is that he's thinking long-term. Now, what exactly does that mean?
Long-term?
The long-term is the postseason. The long-term is the total regular season, postseason combined. Like
this is a great one, too. This is stolen, by the way. This is stolen from MLB Network. No player has been injured in a pinch hitting situation since the 2020 season. So there's nobody's getting hurt by pinch hitting.
It's not just.
It's ridiculous.
It's not just injury.
What is he doing then?
It's wear and tear.
What do you mean wear and tear, Connor? It's one at bat.
What do you mean? What do I mean wear and tear?
It's one at bat.
What does wear and tear mean? It's not one at bat. It's the course of a season. And you try and get these guys time where you can. I'm already telling you, I understand why people were upset that he did not pinch hit Bryce Harper and JT Realmuto. But Rob Thompson's
I would have gone Wilson. I would never have pinch hit Realmuto.
Sure. And Weston Wilson is a different conversation, and that plays into the strategy conversation. But a lot of people were mad it wasn't Harper. And part of this idea, if you're going to have the doctrine that you want to deliver a healthy team to the postseason and the days that you can get these guys off, you make the decision to say, we're giving these guys an off day. Rob Thompson sticks to that regardless of what happens in the game. Some people may disagree, but to him, I think he would argue that is conviction in his belief from the get-go and not letting a game against the Nationals, which I know games are important.
Yes, it is important.
But you can't let them get bigger than what they are. And I think that we as fans, because of the emotional investment in this team, let individual games over the course of a baseball season become much larger than they actually are.
If it was April or May, I'm totally buying into what you're saying. It's August, Connor, and you're one game up from being in the wild card round.
Yeah.
This isn't just games, one individual game. This individual game matters. One game matters. And if you miss the postseason having a bye by one game, you can look back at stupid decisions like this.
Like my natural instinct is to think like you, John. I just can't get mad at it anymore because it's the way it's been. It's the way it's going to go. So I can't lose my mind over Rob Thompson not pinch hitting guys.
All right, when it's
giving guys days off.
Okay, we get to. They already have a day off today, by the way.
Yes.
They have a day off today.
Yeah, so give them two. Didn't you have Saturday and Sunday off,
Then you're
Johnny?
saying you want 2 days off.
Salciunas has got 2 days off
I
right
had a big
now.
night last night.
I have a lot more coming up here.
2 days is good.
I would say this to you overall, but the bottom line is this. If we come in here on the Monday after the regular season closes and the Phillies are the 3 seed and getting ready for the wild card round.
You can't pinpoint this game. You can't pinpoint a Sunday game at all.
No, because it has been multiple games he's done this. It's multiple games that he goes with the give-up lineup.
And then there was a month where Bryce Harper didn't get a hit. Like, you can point to any of those games.
Exactly. There's so much more into it. We can't say that it's not this, that, or the other thing. It's a combination of all of them.
You can't say it's baseball. That's absurd because this has not been it's baseball. What the Phillies have done, getting off to the start that they did, and then screwing around for 7 weeks of baseball. That is not normal.
Yeah, it has gone past that.
That is not the normal, it's just baseball thing. When you're talking about it being 60 games, that's not normal.
Yeah, but over the course of a 162-game season, you can't pinpoint one direct game in August and blame that for them not getting a bye.
If they lose by a game, if they miss the bye by a game,
you're going to look back to the August 18th game and say this?
You can look at him and go, how many times does he do the give-up lineup where he gives 3 starters the day off? How many times does he just continually do that?
It's frustrating, but, I mean, in his year and a half, you've been to the World Series in the NLCS, so until it comes back and bites him in the butt, then I can't get that mad at it.
Does everyone understand why I say sometimes we make a little too much out of one game?
Oh, sure. At times you do. In April and May, you do. Well, when you're in a pennant race, you cannot make too much out of one game.
And here's the conversation. This is something that you brought up that you wanted to get into, and I think you're absolutely right about your thought process on this. The Phillies are taking on the Atlanta Braves starting tomorrow down there in Atlanta. And
I hope they can handle the travel today.
I think the biggest difference between these two teams this year, it's not the talent level. Like, Atlanta has a lot of the same guys that they had from that roster last year that looked amazing. That was one of the best teams in, I don't know, the past decade of baseball. Like, they had an unbelievable regular season. And the big difference between where the Braves are at right now and where the Philadelphia Phillies are at right now, I think you can point towards health.
I think if Spencer Strider or Acuna, make my statement clear, if Strider or Acuna was not lost for the year and they had them for 162, I think the Phillies' lead today would be no more than 2 games.
And I don't know that, I'm not going to make a projection. That's yours, and I'm not saying you're right or wrong.
And by the way, they don't have Albies too, and they've had other injuries.
I don't have a major disagreement with that. I do think a big part of the story of the NL East race this year is the Braves have a lot of guys unavailable. Some guys gone for the year. They've been snake bitten, is the word you use, right? So we have that as the alternative perspective. And I'm not saying like Rob Thompson's decision to not pinch hit Bryce Harper is the difference between him being healthy in the postseason or not. But what I will say is Atlanta is a team that plays their guys heavily, years and years in a row. I mean, they had so many guys that played 162 or close to 162. They're big-time players. And some of those are the guys that are now missing for the year or missing for large chunks of the season. I mean, when you look at the difference between the Phillies and the Dodgers in the series they've played, it's Mookie Betts unavailable. It's Freddie Freeman banged up. It's stuff like this.
Yeah, but if it's Ozzie Albies breaking his hand sliding into second.
I understand.
It's Austin Riley getting hit by a pitch on his hand.
Yeah.
It's not wear and tear.
No. But
these players are missing games.
Maybe Brendan's seen it. I've never seen a player get hit by a pitch on the bench. Like that's the thing. There's nothing exact to it. There's no numbers on like I sit him 10 games out of 162. He's guaranteed to be healthy. Like that's not it. There is a sliding scale, and that's what the manager and the organization has to evaluate. But when I'm looking at the way I see where the Phillies are at right now in the National League East, and you have a strong argument when it comes to the 1 seed, but winning the division is something that they have not done in a long time, and we all want to see them do it.
And if they win the division and they're the 3 seed, yawn. A freaking yawn.
But people said going into the season it didn't matter where they placed.
Oh, no, they always say that.
You didn't say that.
I don't say that.
Yeah.
Guess what? If this team blows this huge lead they had and finishes as the 3rd division winner, freaking yawn. Spray your champagne. Yawn.
I'm seeing this as you're up late in a football game, and Rob Thompson is trying to run out the clock without getting anybody hurt. And I don't know that he's not going too far. And I don't know that I could disagree with people saying Bryce Harper should have pinch hit. But I know that the doctrine of what Rob Thompson has done has delivered a healthy team to the postseason 2 years in a row, and it has led to them being better than teams that have had better regular seasons. So I can't fault the overall thought process, and there are going to be times where we have to deal with annoyance in a game or two to hopefully have a better October. 610-632-0975 is the phone number. Are you as worked up as John? Because I saw this on social media yesterday. A lot of people upset with the way that Rob Thompson handled it.
A lot of logical, informed baseball fans out there.
You're not alone. I don't know that I would describe them that way, but you are not alone, so I know that it's a valid criticism. If you'd like to chime in on that on the text line or the phone line, we will get in that coming up. We're going to check in on the text line coming up on the other side. And we're also going to give a little bit of love to Daryl Morey and the Sixers, who made a move over the weekend. If you haven't seen it, we'll tell you what move it was and why it's intriguing. I'm Connor Thomas sitting in for Andrew Salciunas, John Kincade to my left, Brendan Gunn on the board. We're back after this here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson.
It doesn't seem to matter who the Phillies play. The problem isn't the
I'm here at Fanatic Studios. I'm Connor Thomas sitting in for Andrew Salciunas. He'll be back in on Wednesday. John Kincade to my left. And we've been having some spirited debate on the Philadelphia Phillies, but we've been pretty much in lockstep when it comes to the Philadelphia Eagles. It's a nice little...
Pretty much so.
Yeah, nice little balance today of us agreeing and disagreeing depending on what team that we are talking about. Just to remind you of what we've been into, the Eagles have had a really smooth training camp, and there are a lot of things to point to. The chemistry of the coaching staff, the play and the leadership of the quarterback being lauded by his teammates, and just an overall lack of any concerning storylines that are outside of the ones that we kind of expected. Like, there's still going to be question marks about the defense. Brendan Gunn on the board today. Brendan brought up, like, the question marks about the defense that still exist. I don't think there was a world where you could realistically expect coming out of camp that we wouldn't have some questions about this defense.
Sure.
But they've checked all the boxes they could realistically check, right?
They have, and more importantly is that I love a guy that doesn't hold back. Vic Fangio has told us that it is a work in progress, that he's positive with some things, he's negative with others.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
And then on the other hand, though, because that's all the good stuff going on with the Eagles, the Phillies, we've been disagreeing strongly on the way that the manager is handling stuff, the lack of a sense of urgency, you call it, Johnny, and other people agree with you, and I don't totally disagree with the assertion. I look at it more, why is he making these decisions? Are the individual decisions incorrect? It's hard to argue against not pitch hitting Bryce Harper, so I'll say yes in that instance yesterday. But is the overall philosophy something that has been successful? It's hard to argue that it is not when it comes to the health of this team in the moments that matter most over the past two seasons since Rob Thompson has taken this team to the playoffs. So there's arguments on both sides, and we stand on opposite sides of it, but it's a fun conversation to have. We're going to check in on the text line in just a second, see what the people are saying about our topics of the day. 610-632-0975 is the phone number for you to join on your thoughts on the smooth Eagles camp and the rocky handling of the Phillies yesterday by the manager. But real quick as well, we haven't totally gotten, we haven't even touched on. The Sixers made a surprise move yesterday. I did not see this coming. I know Brendan Gunn's been mentioning it in the updates, but they go out and they get the man who you all saw in the gold medal game of the Olympics dunk LeBron James onto the floor. Gershon Yabusele has been bought out of his contract with Real Madrid, not the soccer team, or I guess the football team, or any team.
Say football.
It's the basketball team. So the Sixers have an agreement for him to come over. It's a high ceiling move for a player that was unbelievable for the French national team in the Olympics. There's a debate to be had about how much you have to value the Olympics compared to what he could do in the NBA. But he has been in the NBA before.
He's been in the NBA.
This is a return to the
Celtic
NBA.
And who else? Or is it just
that
one?
That is a great question.
I think it's Celtic.
I don't really have the full Yabusele history in my
I'm just
Rolodex.
glad you can pronounce it so well.
Absolutely. A little bit of practice this morning. But it's another feather in the cap of Daryl Morey this offseason. I don't think there's too deep of a conversation for a guy that was playing overseas last year. But it's another one of those moves where it's like, it makes sense why you did it. It seems to fit what the team needs. And that's kind of been the nature of all these moves that Daryl Morey has made this offseason. Right, Johnny?
I'm out of my mind with I never thought, and we ran into Daryl Morey before the offseason was beginning. And I honestly, I'll tell him first time I see him again, that to me, I can't imagine what he did.
Right?
I never thought that one thing I didn't think he was going to do. I thought he was going to build a good team that was probably like 6 players. He's built a team that I think arguably has maybe the best depth of any roster he's ever had.
Yeah, and
I can't understand how he got that done.
Andrew and I were more positive on Daryl Morey, I believe, than you were going into the offseason. But even from where I was sitting, I did not think that he could have this type of offseason. I did not think he could thread the needle of competitive without going too far in on like older players, because I know that was a sticking point for you, Johnny.
Correct.
He handled this as well as he could have been expected to. We'll see when the Sixers take the floor coming up this fall if it plays out that way in actuality. But great work there and another interesting signing for the Philadelphia 76ers. Now, I want to check in on the text line, but real quick, coming up at 8:10, I've been telling you, we're going to have Will Brinson of CBS Sports on.
We're doing this is like an online intervention.
Of course.
It's like live on the air intervention. I'm worried about my old buddy Will. I want to make sure that he's okay. Picking the Eagles for 9-8.
And that, in case you missed it, last week was something we got into. He wrote a projection article, full NFL season win-loss projections, according to Will Brinson, for each NFL team. And the Philadelphia Eagles, as you just said, John, he has them at 9-8. I want to read the blurb real quick just to set up why we're talking to Will Brinson coming up next. And he's going to give us perspective on other teams as well. He says, my projections going against the Vegas implied success of the Eagles. And it's in large part because of what I expect to be a slow-ish start for Philly. So we'll have to ask him about week 1 in Brazil against the Packers and that NFC South stretch. Continues to say, I still see it as a likely playoff season for the Eagles, but it draws the Packers and 3/4 of the NFC South to start before a week 5 bye. They have a new offensive coordinator, Kellen Moore. Even if he's an upgrade, there's some concerns after seeing the Chargers last year. He goes on to talk about the losses of Jason Kelsey, Fletcher Cox, and being glossed over, the guys that have to step in for that. So there's some validity to his criticism. I think 9-8 is harsh. So we're going to have to talk to him about that.
Yeah, we're going to work it out.
Coming up on the other side. So again,
he still has 2 weeks to maybe dry out before the NFL season begins, and then we can put him right back. He'll be all ready to go to keep entertaining folks with his good opinions.
I think we can convince him. I think we may be able to get one of those like editor's notes put on this article, bump it up to 10, maybe even 11 wins. We'll have that conversation with Will Brinson coming up next, as well as today's headlines with Brendan Gunn. We'll reset the show coming up on the other side, and I want to check in because I know we have some Phillies text to get to as well. So we'll do all that to start off the 8 o'clock hour. I'm Connor Thomas sitting in for Andrew Salciunas. John Kincade to my left, Brendan Gunn on the board. We're back after this for more Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. 1 the time here at Fanatic Studios. As Andrew Salciunas always says when he's in the seat, I hope everyone has a safe drive into work. I'm Connor Thomas sitting in for Andy. He'll be back in on Wednesday, but it's me and John Kincade the next 2 days in here. And this has been a quick show this morning. It's flying. You know,
there's a lot of things to be positive about, though.
There is.
So, I mean, I always think, to me, positive shows go quicker than negative shows.
100%.
I always think.
It's a positive time for Philadelphia sports. I know we went through that Phillies slump where things got a little bit dicey there. But overall, I mean, we've got teams in this city that are doing things the right way and have chances to compete for championships and things. And because of that, time seems to fly. Not just for the show, but months. I can't believe it's already the 19th of August. You know what that means? In just a little over a month, we have FanFest coming up. And you have a chance, if you have not locked down your tickets yet, coming up on Friday, to find your way into the biggest event of the year in Philadelphia sports. Like, this is going to be awesome. You want to go to this. 97.5 The Fanatic FanFest 2024 with FanDuel, Saturday, September 28th at Xfinity Live. You can get your tickets during our next online ticket raid this Friday, August 23rd at 8 a.m. 975thefanatic.com is where you go. Again, it's the biggest party of the year for Philly sports fans. All the Fanatic hosts, celebrity guests, Philly sports legends, activities, games, and prizes. Everything you could want in the great event that FanFest has become over the years. 975thefanatic.com has all the info you need. So you can do the you're going to want to get in like the first minute or two.
Yeah, you want to get rolling.
Because those tickets will be gone fast.
By the way, you want some good news?
Yeah,
this morning? Course. Philly Godfather, one of my buddies here in town. Love you, Godfather. The Eagles have moved to the number 2 favorite to win the NFC in betting odds.
It's them just trailing the 49ers now?
They're trailing the 49ers decisively. It's plus 300 to plus 550.
Yeah.
But the Lions have dropped behind the Eagles.
Interesting.
Which I think they deserve to be.
Well, that's a great thing.
I do think they deserve to be there.
Yeah, no, I think Detroit's still a solid football team. Like, so
do I. Very solid.
Yeah, significantly confident that I'm like, the Eagles right now are better than that team. But I will say that's furthering our point that we've only heard positive things out of Eagles camp.
And again, that has nothing to do with us. No. Those odds have nothing to do with us and our optimism.
No, they didn't hear
what outsiders think about it.
Well, maybe they did. Do you think they heard Kincade and Salciunas this morning? They said, let's bump up the odds real quick. We trust those guys. Those are a couple of football guys. They know what they're talking about. Or probably more likely, 100% likely, Vegas just moved up the line because the Eagles are doing things the right way, and we have an actual strong base for why we're feeling this way. But on the other hand, today, part of the conversation has been about the Phillies, and there are still some concerns lingering there. So let's go to the text line. You can chime in 610-632-0975. Brendan, what do we have on the Philadelphia Phillies?
Yeah, we got Sam checking in. He says it's malpractice nearly every close game with Rob. I've been here with John. I'm going to continue to be here with John. His strategy is hope the Bats win the day. If it doesn't work against the Nats, it probably won't work for a month in the playoffs. Pray for Hall of Fame playoff performances from half the lineup or else you're out.
Now, I understand it. I do, John. I get what he's saying. I understand why that's the reaction after Sunday's game. Here's what I will say. Don't you kind of need those Hall of Fame type playoff performances to win the World Series anyway?
Sure. You need Bedlam at the bank.
At the end of the day,
you need big plays like that.
Like you don't get there without having luck on your side too. You don't get to any championship.
No, there's some luck. Sure,
yes.
Absolutely.
And they have the skill level. And when you say guys need to get hot if Rob Thompson's strategy is going to work, guys need to get hot regardless of the strategy they use.
A manager is going to win or lose you. You've heard different managers talk about
like
15 games a year, maybe, like that are truly hanging in the balance.
Right.
I don't trust Rob Thompson in those 15 games.
Well, in the postseason, that gets cut down to 1 or 2 games. And it could be a really big spot.
Yep.
Or it could be you're up 3-0 and you lose one, then you go ahead and win the series. So I'm not making any sweeping generalizations about this team's playoff ceiling. I do understand why it bothers me.
Sure.
All right. Well, it's 8:05. Sorry, just turned to 8:06. It's time for today's headlines with Brendan Gunn.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Yes, so we're 18 days away from the Eagles kicking off their season September 6th in Brazil. But we're also 53 days away from the Flyers beginning their season. There's a lot of hype and excitement for them for the first time in what feels like a decade, honestly. But there was a Matt Michkov sighting over the weekend, And it is here in Philadelphia. He made an Instagram post for his teammate's birthday, Igor Zamulov. Happy birthday to him, or belated. But in the picture with those guys was Matvei Michkov's family. They made it over here from Russia, so it seems like he's settling into his Philadelphia lifestyle.
He is, and I'm thrilled for it. And I will just tell you this. Comcast is gangster. They're smuggling people out of foreign countries. Danny Briere's negotiating directly with Vladimir Putin. For God's sakes, how's Danny Briere not on one of these political tickets?
I don't think we've truly given the credit, and we will the closer we get to hockey season. But I don't think we've truly given the credit to the Flyers organization, to Comcast, to everyone involved in the process of getting Michkov over here. We did not know if he was coming, and we thought if he was, it was going to be a significantly longer time frame to go through these conversations and make it happen. And then all of a sudden, overnight, you see here, his family's here and everything. It's great work by an organization getting a player out of a situation that puts him into a better one, not just hockey-wise, but personally for him and his family. Everything that the Flyers have done surrounding this Michkov thing has been impressive, exciting, and surprising.
Dan Hilferty is up, I understand, to be the new James Bond. That because of he can work his way around.
I mean, it's one thing for Matvei to be here. His family is here. That's huge. He's going to be comfortable here. It's good things going for the Flyers. But we're going to move on to baseball here. There's been some role changes in years past. Pitching clock, bullpen arms have to face the 3 guys less the inning ends and all that. Well, now they're trying to implement a new rule. And starting pitchers would have to go at least 6 innings with a couple exceptions. Those exceptions would be 100 pitches given up, or 4 runs or more given up, or he gets injured. But they want starting pitchers to go 6 innings. What is that? Blake Snell's pissed.
I've heard I got to tell you, the Phillies broadcast is usually great and spectacular. I think yesterday they really sort of didn't handle this discussion well. Mike Schmidt had no idea what the rule was. And he was can't believe your pitcher's getting roasted and they're going to make him go 6 innings? Or a guy's coming off an injury and they're going to make him go 6 innings? No, Mike, they're not.
Yeah.
They're not.
I don't hate it, but I don't love it. I understand both sides on this. The don't hate it part is I think that you have the outs needed to make this rule work. If they give up 5 runs, you could pull them. If they're injured, you could pull them 100 pitches.
It's 4 earned runs, isn't it?
4
or is it 4 or more? I thought it was more than 4. My fault.
No, it's 4 earned runs.
Yes,
it's very reasonable.
The issue that comes back, say Ranger comes back and they want to keep him on that 80 pitch count and get him out after 5 innings. That kind of eliminates that.
It does.
Yes, and it's going to suck for a couple years because these players have not been brought up through professional baseball to pitch like that.
Is this catering to an older crowd that complains about starting pitchers used to do this and go complete games left and right?
It's catering to logic.
It's catering to entertainment as well. Because
to the ticket buying public.
The more that you see a great starting pitcher or the top level guys, the better you think the product's going to be. Now, I don't like forcing players to play. It feels very similar to the NBA rule of how many games you have to play to be eligible for end of season awards.
Okay.
And that it feels too blatant of a forcing players to do what the league wants them to do. There should be rules that open up the possibility for pitchers to throw more, but this almost feels like you're holding teams hostage to throw guys a certain amount. So it needs to be worked on, but the thought process behind it I agree with.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I understand the thought process. Again, the thought process.
Yeah, and I think
I'm not going to like it in the beginning, though.
Also, I don't think it's going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen either because there's a collective bargaining agreement coming up at the end of the 26th season.
Right. I would be very surprised if this is ever actually implemented. But, hey, MLB is trying to do stuff. They notice that pitchers not throwing enough innings is part of the conversation around baseball at this point.
Because there is no science to it saying that this is the strategy that players need.
There's a lot of factors,
protected.
And it's a complicated issue because of the way pitchers throw now, the amount of money these players are worth, and the way the franchises handle their investment.
And if you're a business owner, that's part of your discussion.
It absolutely is. All right, that was today's headlines with Brendan Gunn. Great work, Brendan. Go ahead and taking care of that.
There we go.
In my stead, we got to update the intro to that so it has everybody's name in it. I feel like other people are doing that. But great work, Brendan. And now we have a great interview coming. So, Donnie,
I'm calling this his radio intervention. Will Brinson's a guy I've known for a long time. He is a talented writer. I'm suggesting concussion protocol or something. When I read last week at CBS Sports that the Eagles may go 9-8, and Will was kind enough to say he'll be up with us, and he's ready to face it. So, Will, we just want to look you in the eye, get you a comfy chair, and we want to talk you through this. How are you, brother?
What's going on? I mean, I think this is it's amazing. One, the state of Pennsylvania experience with me. Eagles fans are probably the most mad. Steelers fans are pretty teed off too. After winning 6 games, Steelers, we can't win 6 games. With the Eagles thing, I get like especially the way that the graphic was presented, where most people saw it, where it's like Cowboys win 11 games, Eagles win 9. I played out the whole season. I don't think that 9-8 is necessarily like a bad thing. That's probably a playoff berth in the NFC, which I would have the Eagles in as a wild card. But I did have them starting slow. I played out every single game across the full schedule. There's not like, all right, we'll just like, oh, let's rattle up this fan base, or like, oh, I think that like this team.
No, you're not.
Good.
I made clear to people you are not a hot take guy. You are not somebody who is just writing someone to get clicks. But I'm going to tell you this: how you could look at the Cowboys situation and see them in a better position. I don't think they have better depth. I don't think they have better coaching. I don't think, I don't understand how you could have the Cowboys 2 games up on the Birds.
Well, so here's the thing on Philadelphia for me. And admittedly, I have been losing, starting I think it was 1-3 or something like that, or maybe
something along those.
Or what it was. I have to open it up. But essentially, I think one, you got to do. Look, don't get me wrong. I think Kellen Moore upgraded an offensive coordinator. But there's going to be some transition time when you change your offensive coordinator. And then more importantly, I think, and I say this knowing that the comeback is going to be, well, Howie Roseman drafted Jordan Davis and Kim Jurgens, and we're fine here. That's great. The depth is there. Howie did a fantastic job preparing for the departure of Jason Kelce and Fletcher Cox. But you're talking about almost certainly a Hall of Famer in Kelce, and a kind of a borderline guy in Fletcher Cox. 2 guys who have been the literal backbone of this Philadelphia team on offense and on defense. The guy in the middle on both sides of the ball. The locker room leader. There's just going to be some transition when you go from losing those 2 guys, and I think there's a little more pressure on the Philadelphia, the Sirianni Hurts situation than relative. People are talking about the Cowboys all the time. Maybe not talking about the Eagles quite as much in that regard. I just think there's a chance for a slow start. I think I have Philly winning their final 5 games. So a hot start to close the season, or a hot finish to close the season, excuse me, and maybe a little bit of a slow start. I think there's a lot more transition going on from last year to this year than people are really acknowledging.
Yeah, and we have that as a major narrative through the entire offseason here in Philadelphia. So we're not blind to that fact. But as I read through your article here, Will, talking to Will Brinson of CBS Sports, you can check out his article on the full projections for each NFL team, their win total. I'm looking at the Jacksonville Jaguars in here at 9-8, the Los Angeles Chargers at 9-8. Are you telling me, and I know there's differences in the schedule, so I'm not saying it's apples to apples fully, but are you telling me the Eagles are in the category with those type of teams? Are they in the same tier?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's reason. I mean, and look, the Chargers thing, I did the article before the Herbert plantar fasciitis stuff.
Sure,
I'd love
absolutely.
to see him out on the field. That's a kind of that's just a tough one. But Jim Harbaugh, Jim Harbaugh is one of the best coaches in the history of football. The dude just wins everywhere he goes. I mean, he came to the NFL, showed up, and went to 3 straight NFC Championship games in the Super Bowl. I think the scheduling obviously matters a lot. Jacksonville was a really good team last year. Jacksonville was very similar to Philly. They just collapsed down the stretch. They were a good team. They were a team with a really good record. I think with Philly, one of the 2 of the things you got to look at too when you look at sort of underlying metrics from one year to the next, if you want to talk advanced analytics, the Eagles were great in 1-score games. I just walked in from driving my son off the tool, so I don't have it directly in front of me, but I want to say they're 8-3. And then if you look at their expected win total, which is the point differential that you can anybody can go to Pro Football Reference and look it up, they're an 8.7 win team, and so they outperformed those expectations pretty significantly last year. and you typically tend to see some regression back to the mean. And when we say regression, people are like, oh, like last year, coming into the year. And by the way, 2 years ago, I picked the Eagles to go to the Super Bowl, and I was one of the only people who did that. They went, right? Last year, I said, I think we could see some regression from Jalen Hurts, and people got so mad around the same time of year. And it wasn't like, I didn't say Jalen Hurts was going to suck. I just said we might see some regression as a passer from what we saw in 2022, and we did a little bit.
Well,
right?
wait,
Came back to earth.
With that, though, December 1st, 2022, Jalen Hurts was number 1 in the odds for NFL MVP. And then last year, December 1st, 2023, he was number 1 in the odds for NFL MVP before things went south. I think the defense had a lot more to do with it, Will, than anything.
Well, yeah, of course you put Matt Patricia in charge of something, it's going to go wrong. I mean, but I mean, like, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying Hurts blew it, and look, MVP odds are. I mean, it's basically like the Heisman for NFL.
Yeah, I mean, but he was ahead of Patrick Mahomes both years.
Yeah, I mean, what he did. No, look, the Chiefs. I mean, I'm not saying that's wrong. I mean, I agree with you. That's fine. But I mean, it's basically the quarterback of the team with the most wins is what the MVP is going to be in that stretch in December. So I mean, I'm not saying Hurts is bad. I think Hurts is a really good quarterback. I think he's getting sort of underrated, maybe flying under the radar this year, and has a chance to go win the MVP. But the offense can be awesome. We saw a low ADOT approach with Justin Herbert from Kellen Moore last year. I'm curious to see how that affects the Eagles, because to me, when you have a guy like A.J. Brown, you want to take your deep shots. You bring in Saquon Barkley. It's like, how is that going to mesh? I have an Eagles fan telling me, like, oh, you're not even counting Saquon Barkley. It's like, yeah, I know Saquon's on the Eagles. But it's like, are we going to start throwing to running backs all of a sudden? Is this going to be a Saquon-centric offense? How are we going to approach the goal line? Is it going to be the push, early shove, whatever it is? Is Saquon going to run it in? I think there's just a lot of variables there with the offense that we don't know about yet. I think the offense is going to be a top half of the league offense for sure, just given the personnel. But the question is it a top 5 offense, or is it like a top 10 or top 15 offense? I think that makes a huge difference in what the final result is.
Yeah, and it sounds like there's a lot of variance here, right? It sounds like there's a wide range of potential outcomes for the Eagles. So let's say it this way, Will. We've had projections on the show from us, not callers, but like John and myself and Andrew Salciunas, who normally sits in the seat I'm in today, from 11 wins to 12 wins. We've even realistically talked about the potential of a 13-win football team here in Philadelphia. When you hear a ceiling of 13 wins, but you see your projection of 9 wins, do you hear that and think we're crazy, or do you see that there's just a wide range of potential outcomes for this team, and that is a possibility that they're that good of a football team?
Of course, I can win 13 games. Like, the difference, and this is where you get back to these projections too. Like, the difference between 9 wins and 11 wins in the NFL is pretty minuscule. Like, we're talking about an inflated, like, piece of pig butt that's shaped in an oblong direction and bounces funny ways. And when it takes a hop left instead of a hop right, you end up with 10 wins instead of 9 wins, right? And I mean, that's just the reality of football. It's like a game of inches is a cliche. But this, like, in the NFL, the difference between 9 wins and the difference between 11 wins is very, very small. Like, I have been losing at New Orleans, and I don't think New Orleans is a good football team. But if you give them that win, and then I have to balance the entire schedule too, which makes it a little tricky. Like, I can't have like a bunch of 17 teams. But like, you give them that win, and all of a sudden, and they beat Green Bay in the season opener on a neutral field, and they're an 11-win team. So yeah, like those two outcomes are totally in play. The Eagles could come out guns firing like they did last year, guns blazing, and end up playing some really good football out of the gate. And if they do that, of course it's going to be more likely that they win 11, 12, 13 games. The ceiling is really, really high for this team. They have an elite quarterback, or at least like a top 1, top tier 1, tier 2 quarterback. I mean, like, I think he's an elite guy. They have 2 really elite weapons in A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith. You add Saquon Barkley, who, if he plays 17 games, is a top 5 running back. The offensive line, again, credit to Howie Roseman, building through the trenches, preparing for the departure of the veterans. There's a ton of depth here. If the defense is good, then yeah, sure, the 13 wins isn't out of the realm of possibility at all.
Will, I just want you to know, when you come to Pennsylvania, you're under my protection on this metro area. I don't know about Western Pennsylvania. You got no ties there, but you're under my protections. You just say, if you get pulled over, I'd suggest having a food taster, though. I think this has, I would suggest that this has worked. Will, I appreciate you so much, and it was great to catch up, man.
Sorry, Will.
No, what'd you do?
It was quiet. I thought we lost him for a second. That's on me.
Geez,
And
you cut him off.
see, this is terrible guest etiquette by me.
Hung up on Will
I
Brinson.
apologize. Shoot him a text and
He'll
say
do all
sorry
right.
about that. Connor's
There you
an
go, I
idiot.
will.
He fat-fingered the
I'll say
bud.
Connor fat-fingered it.
Will Brinson of CBS
think
Sports
he's-
joining us there on the Comcast Business Hotline.
I think we convinced him and moved him more towards.
He said 13 wins is a realistic ceiling for this team.
No, he said high upside and everything. We got Will straightened out.
Yeah, that
He may
makes
not
a
have
lot more
started
sense.
drinking yet, though. At 8:20 in the morning.
Well, we'll discuss what Will had to say coming up next, and if his evaluation of this team is maybe where you and I should be more at, Johnny. So we'll talk about that on the other side. Also, we're going to discuss a guy that you watched at Georgia, and a guy that the Eagles drafted out of that Georgia defense to be a big part of this team. But Nakobe Dean hasn't quite lived up to that. Is he doing it now? Or are we seeing more of what we saw last year from training camp from the Eagles' young linebacker? We'll discuss coming up. I'm Connor Thomas, in for Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade Salciunas. We're back after this here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Less than 3 weeks away. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you.
At Fanatic Studios, Connor Thomas sitting in for Andrew Salciunas, John Kincade to my left, Brandon Gunn on the board.
Welcome to the sauna.
It is a little warm in here.
You messed with it again. Did you touch that button
No,
again?
I have not moved out of this seat. We've got the
All
cameras
right.
on. Haley has those up through the break. Now, I know it's not broadcasting, but we can go back and look. I've been sitting here. I was actually voting on a whole bunch of rule proposals for my keeper fantasy league with my buddies.
You were?
Yes, I was locked into the phone.
So what do you have to vote on?
They want to change the trade deadline and a whole bunch of stuff. So I got to vote no because all of them want to change the league.
That's good then.
I'm the status quo keeper, just like I am on this show, the balance guy. That's the guy I am in that league too. For try to keep things a little bit calmer than maybe they get sometimes. But hey, listen to this.
You're the calming influence of this league.
Absolutely.
That's the scary part.
Absolutely.
That's scary to me.
You should hear some of the stuff my buddies say about the way this league should change year to year.
Christina thinks I'm too tough on Connor. But look, I will just say this to my wife or anybody is that it's my job to just with Connor just to slow and steady.
Taking the Vic Fangio approach.
He's very as a little old school. It's old school, new school.
Yeah. But also, anyone who doesn't think, there's this whole, it goes back to the perspective, constantly positive and stuff like that. If you don't think I'm aware of the negative narrative surrounding teams in this city, and I'm not saying, everything you say is negative, but I'm saying if you don't think I'm aware of the other perspective of how people view sports teams that are different than any argument I'm having, if you don't think that I'm man enough to acknowledge when John has good points and when we disagree, that's the fun part about this.
I say that, as I told somebody over the weekend, he goes, "Oh my gosh, you're being negative." I said, "Go back and look at who picked the Phillies to win the NL East before the year. It was me." And guess what? But I also said this morning, if the Phillies finish in the 3rd seed, if this Phillies team plays in the wild card round, it is a huge disappointment.
But it's like the similar question with people asking the Eagles, are they going to be successful in spite of Sirianni? Do you think the Phillies are successful because of Rob Thompson or in spite of him?
I think they are. I think I'm indifferent. I'm indifferent on that because I do know for a fact, and talking to some of his players, that what he brings to the table as a stable leader, there's something to be said for having a boss that, to me, I love consistency. You tell me,
right.
There's something to be said for professional athletes having a guy that they know isn't going to be up and down every single day. And to me, Rob Thompson does that beautifully. And there's a lot of things that he does really, really well.
There are.
And so it's not all negative. I just think that, again, I think his worst moments are very, very tight games having to push the right button.
Well, coming up at 9 o'clock, we're going to do something that I think is very interesting. I like to do this every once in a while. Maybe it's once a month during a baseball season, but I like to have mental check-ins with the fan base. And now feels like a good time to do it because I want to know where we're at with the manager, where we're at with this team. Are they coming out of that bad stretch of play? Do you feel like they're back around? And also, we got a tough stretch ahead. So we're just going to do a mental check-in coming up at 9. We'll get deeper into that conversation.
We did it with Will. And
we did. And now, what do you think about Will?
He says, tell that punk not to hang up on me ever again.
Tell him the Eagles are going to win 11 games. No, I'm kidding. My apologies to Will Brinson.
I told him. I said, big fat fingers.
But here's the thing, right? It seemed like when you get someone's perspective more than just the written word for a paragraph and 2 numbers that indicate a team's record, it seems that there's more nuance to this Eagles conversation. Now, if you say there's a lot of variability, which was the last question that I asked him, could you see this being a 13-win team? He didn't even hesitate. He said, sure, they can be. So I wonder if there's just a large range of outcomes for the Eagles, like the 49ers. As long as this Brandon Ayuk deal gets done, that's the main question that they're facing, and it seems like that's trending in that direction. They're going to be a 12-win football team plus, and I don't think anyone's going to debate that with them. When you look at the Detroit Lions and the Green Bay Packers in the NFC North, you know that those teams are going to be around. Well, Packers are a little bit more questionable, but the Lions should be an 11-win football team, and it feels like unless there's a major injury, you have a small range of outcomes for teams that have had success last year.
Yes.
The Eagles are in a weird spot, and maybe we just need to acknowledge that things could still go wrong, and as much as we're positive, I can't blame Will Brinson for thinking that way.
I think people are hung up on whether this team is closer to the 10-1 or closer to the 1-7. I absolutely believe just the year before tells you they're closer to the 10-1. The 1-7 was an anomaly, and it was wild. It was a wild collapse, and they should be ashamed that it ever happened. But I don't believe we will see anything even resembling that going forward.
Yeah, and I think, I'll be honest with Will Brinson's projection. I think he's wrong with the 9-8. I think this team is better than that, and if they go 9-8, that will be a very disappointing regular season to me. But the point he makes about the game of inches and how 11 wins and 9 wins is not all that far off from each other in the NFL, there's something to that too. So it leads us back to the conversation we started the show with. The Eagles have had a smooth training camp. Are we overstating how positive we are on this team right now based on stuff that we've seen that has not been in a game setting? It's been practice and stuff that we're hearing an organization tell us, but the Eagles kind of controlled the narrative. The beat reporter's job this time of year can only be so much due to the low stakes of what practice is, even the joint practices, and we haven't seen the offensive starters in a preseason game yet. So it's like, are we overstating this based on just what we're hearing? Or is this a legitimate time to say we should be positive about the Philadelphia Eagles? And we're hearing, Johnny, not just about the quarterback or the coaches or the overall practice and training camp and where the organization's at right now, but another thing that I think we need to get into, the defense has a lot of question marks. And this guy's certainly a big one. Nakobe Dean, we've heard some interesting things on as well. And over the weekend...
And we needed to hear them.
Oh, yes, we did.
After the last 2 years.
The linebacker position is the weakest part of this team still. It is. There's no debate as to whether or not that's the toughest unit. Now
By design.
Yes, you're going to have concessions somewhere when you build a football team, and Howie Roseman's and the Eagles has always been that linebacker position. For God, it feels like the last 100 years. But we've heard some good things from Nick Sirianni about Nakobe Dean recently, and Nakobe Dean himself is feeling pretty good about where he's at. So like we had the Jalen Hurts compliments from the coaches and players earlier, well, let's hear from head coach Nick Sirianni on the young linebacker and what he's been doing recently during camp.
I think he's had a nice camp. I'm excited about that linebacker group. We got some guys that haven't played at all, and we have some guys that are veterans, and I'm excited about that group. Nakobe played really well in the game. He was flying around to the ball. He had this play. He had a detailed play on his tackle where he shot out and made a tackle on a screen that was awesome. His fundamentals of tackling, he just got the guy down. I wouldn't say it was like the prettiest way. He just tackled it, get the guy down. We talk a lot about our fundamentals of tackling, and he just did an unbelievable job getting the guy down. Then he had a play where he blitzed, had the back on him. Would like to have a better win there on that play, but then we had a couple missed tackles on the play, and then he's 4 yards in the backfield and retraces and makes a really good tackle. Sometimes what happens on missed tackles is it turns into an explosive. Well, that didn't because of the relentless effort of Nakobe.
Now, one thing, we talked earlier about Nick Sirianni's kind of like the talk everyone up guy in the coach's chemistry equation. You can hear it again there. But he had a lot of great things to say about Nakobe Dean, and we have heard from Vic Fangio that points this preseason saying Nakobe hasn't looked his best. He
challenged him. He challenged him early on.
Exactly. But Nick Sirianni now saying, hey, he's had a good camp, and he's made some plays and everything. I love that Nick Sirianni's looking at it. It's like, I wish we had a bigger win on that play, but he did something right. That's basically Nick Sirianni saying, we didn't get the job done, but it kind of looked good, and I'm going to talk the guy up anyway, which has a question that I'm going to get to in just a second. But I also want you to hear from Nakobe Dean himself about how he thinks he's performing and what his mentality is right now.
I mean, of course, I want to play, and I want to be the first ones out there that play. But, of course, I know I can't control it. The only thing I can control is what I come out here and do every day and work hard and continue to get better. And, I feel like I done had the type of camp that I was supposed to have.
The type of camp he was supposed to have, which you brought up.
He's holding himself to a challenge there, and he needed to have this.
Yes, he did.
I mean, he has been I'm going to say his tenure here has been disappointing.
Yes.
Not all by his own doing, but it's been disappointing. And I'm one of his biggest cheerleaders. And I know what kind of a player he was against the best talent in college football. But even I've said, I want to see it. And he's showing us some of that.
He is. But here's what worries me.
What's that?
Because we already acknowledged earlier in the show, Nick Sirianni, a guy that to a fault is going to be positive about his players as much as he can be. And last year, I'm not a big last year guy. Like, I'm ready to move on.
Right.
But one of the things that did happen that was undeniable, that was this time of year, and we've seen the Eagles do it before last year, is anointing players at certain positions. And it's not just an Eagles problem. I think it happens around the NFL for a variety of different reasons, whether it's the amount the guy gets paid, the number, like the draft capital that you use to acquire the player, all kinds of different things lead to players sometimes getting opportunities quickly. Nakobe Dean was anointed as the starting linebacker. Not just that, he had the green dot, the all-important green dot, Johnny. And that drives Andrew, who normally sits in the seat, crazy. And this kind of, I wonder, am I wrong to think, is this another anointment of Nakobe Dean? Saying, hey, we're just going to give him that shot again. Because we have heard Vic Fangio be a little bit critical at points. Or is this a situation where we're seeing a legit step in the right direction? Maybe the first bona fide one of Nakobe Dean's professional career where we're going to see dividends. I'm going to need you to project a little bit out. But I want to know your thoughts coming up on the other side, John. And I want to know your thoughts on the text line. 610-632-0975. Basically, you take the Eagles at their word on this when it comes to a linebacker that they forced into a promotion last year. We'll get into that coming up. I'm Connor Thomas sitting in for Andrew Salciunas. We'll be back after this here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds
48 here, 97.5 The Fanatic Studios. I'm Connor Thomas in for Andrew Salciunas. He'll be back on Wednesday. John Kincade to my left. We've had a spirited show. Honestly, when we were
I'd
going
say
through,
so.
like when we started with the Eagles conversation, I was like, are John and I going to sit here and just be amenable the whole time and just kind of have calm, cool conversation? And, well, that's enjoyable on the Eagles because they have a lot of question marks. We had to know that there are going to be points in the show where we saw things differently. It turns out the Philadelphia Phillies were the catalyst for that. We also got a chance to figure out Will Brinson of CBS Sports, who predicted the Eagles' record at 9-8.
But we won him over. We got him to move.
Yes.
And he says he thinks that we moved the needle for him a little bit.
Well, he didn't get the last word because
Connor hung up on him.
Well, listen, I was in a sales job prior to this, and I know that when you get the answer that you're listening for, you hang up.
That's when you hang up at that
I
point?
also think that's a line from Moneyball, but either way.
I need you guys to help me with something.
Okay, what's up?
And the listening audience may be able to help me too. I was at Rally House yesterday. Our fine friends at Rally House. I had to go to the web to pick myself up a thin hoodie. Real thin hoodie. I know
Yes.
New Era makes some of them. Not a heavy hoodie, not a sweatshirt type hoodie, but the thin kind that you can just pull over.
nice fall night hoodie.
Right. I swear to you, I can't find them.
Yeah, they're hard to get.
I can't find the why.
they're hard to
why
get.
does every hoodie have to be like sweatshirt material? If you know a good company or can send me a link to like, I'm talking Phillies, Sixers, Eagles, Flyers,
Penn State. Don't be late.
No Penn State.
I was just singing the
Penn
song.
State. Yeah, exactly. If you can send along the link about where you get them, I'd love it because I have one thin Eagles hoodie. I love it. I always wear it after every game on the show that next day. I found myself a Phillies one, but I had to go to the web to get it. So if there's anybody that can help,
Yeah,
I'd appreciate
if you want the Philadelphia sports one, you're gonna have to look around. But just overall, like a thin hoodie
Okay.
like that, Roback makes really good stuff.
Roback.
Yeah, RHOBACK. That's
Okay.
free ad, but
yeah, I do like
go
them.
ahead and send us some
yeah,
stuff,
I
Roback.
want something for sports, but that's what I'm looking for there. But that is good too. I'm going to look at that.
Yeah, so
Roback.
that's the type of material that you
Yes,
want. So maybe you
that
can do some
thin-
research on that and then figure out what material carries over to your favorite Philly sports.
There we
stuff.
go. Roback. I'm going to look at that. Thank you,
Yeah,
Connor.
take a peek. Take a
Thank
peek there, Roback. Come on, send me something. But anyway, we're going to get into a conversation coming up, too. Now, John, I want to give us some time for this because I know how you want to set this up, and I also know that we're going to have a big-time debate about some of these. But you wrote an article for the website, right?
Yes.
About the sports falsehoods that are not conspiracy theories.
Yeah, because people like to use the conspiracy theory in sports.
Yes.
That I'm talking about stuff that is not a conspiracy theory. It's factual. Stuff that's factual. It'll go up today on 97.5thefanatic.com, and we'll get into a nice little discussion on it.
Yes, we will. We'll talk about that coming up in the start of the 9 o'clock hour. But I want to check in on the text line. 610-632-0975 is the phone number to call in or to text in. And we've been very positive on the Eagles for a lot of reasons. We've been back and forth on the Phillies, where we
Right.
both acknowledge, I think, the things that they could have. Rob Thompson could have made changes to the way he handled the game yesterday.
That is correct.
And there have been other times throughout the season where that has seemed to cost the Phillies the best chance to win. At the same time, there's an argument that you have to have a longer view with the length of the season, and we've been on opposite sides of that one a little bit, so I'm interested where the people are at. So, Brendan, what do we have on the text line?
Yeah, we'll start where you started off with the Eagles, and we got somebody. You guys are agreeing. We got Faye in Pottstown agreeing about the positivity.
I love it.
I'm positive and hopeful for the Eagles this season. I don't know how you can't be at this point. I'm also excited to see Jalen Hurts step into that vocal leadership role so people will stop questioning if he is the quarterback that's right for this team going forward.
That's perfect.
Okay, that's
for Faye.
good.
Like, I don't understand how you're not there, right? Like, I don't understand how that's not everybody's mentality. Faye didn't say this team's winning the Super Bowl. Didn't say
Yes,
anything
exactly.
about, they're clearly better than every team in the NFC. Didn't even say they're winning week 1.
No, I've said that they are in the NFC title game.
And that's
about
fine.
that's as ballsy as I'm going to get. They are going to be. You guys got a pregame show on NFC title game Sunday.
Okay, I would love that.
You will.
And while I'm not ready to go that far because I need to see this team play regular season games before I build like that playoff ceiling, I know that
Okay.
this is a very talented team. And I'm not going to fault you. Like, I think there's a legitimate argument you could make to your case on that. But even baseline, I think the baseline is for Philadelphia Eagles fans right now should be everything we're hearing out of camp is good. Everything we should believe about this team is that they're talented and things are going well. and we will evaluate further when the regular season starts. But you should be happy right now, and if you are not, I think you're crazy. What else do we have on the text line?
Yeah, and just like you guys on the show, this is where the divisiveness starts. Talking about the Phillies. We got Father Sean in Parksburg checking in.
Uh-oh, Father Sean's being divisive? I like it.
With Connor. Connor, I love you, pal, but I'm at the point where I'm losing my mind with you. You absolutely have to pinch hit in that situation. And this is a man of the cloth. When you have the Dodgers and the Brewers and the Padres breathing down your neck in the race, you have to adjust your mindset. It's not about one game or giving Harper or Real Muto a day off. It's about doing what needs to be done when you have a chance to win late in the game. Topper needs to be flexible about this. His rigid approach to these situations is the problem here. Father Sean.
Now, I've said multiple times throughout the show today, I totally understand why people wanted Bryce Harper to pinch hit. That would have given the team the best chance to win. I think that would have been the better opportunity for Rob Thompson to do it. I'm not saying like, oh, no, he absolutely did the right thing. Like, I'm not denying that side of the point. I'm saying that I always look at baseball in a bit of a longer-term view than I think the average fan does.
But you can in the last 40 games. You can't. Not when you are one game up on having a bye. And you can't do that.
Oh, but I can, because there's still a month and 10 days left in the regular season and a lot of chance for the Phillies to make none of that matter because they are still a very talented baseball team. And while it does give your margin for error a little bit less room, I'm going to give this team the chance to prove that they could still do what they need to do in the regular season before I get too worried about individual games and individual decisions. I understand.
If they're in the 3 seed in 2 weeks after this tough stretch, you're going to admit that, okay, now it's time to pay attention to this.
We will have a conversation for sure.
I think by then it'll be too late, I believe.
We'll get there when we get there. And it will not be too late. I promise you. Coming up, we're going to get into John's sports conspiracy theories. They're not conspiracy theories, the falsehoods that he wants to point out. And we're also going to have a conversation about that mental check-in, I promise you guys, with the Phillies fan base. I'm Connor Thomas, sitting in for Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm here at Fanatic Studios. Connor Thomas in for Andrew Salciunas. John Kincade to my left. Hopefully everybody had a safe drive into work. I do want to remind you we have our most recent, or nearest in the future, soonest coming, I should say.
What are these words you're tossing out?
I'm losing my way of saying we have a Fanatic.
Are you having a stroke?
We have a Fanatic FanFest ticket raid coming up on Friday.
We do. Friday.
Yes. Well, I wanted to do the Nick Sirianni of saying like a billion things to say one thing. You have a chance, if you have not yet gotten your tickets to FanFest 2024, to do that coming up this Friday. Let me tell you about FanFest first. 97.5 The Fanatic FanFest 2024 with FanDuel is Saturday, September 28th at Xfinity Live. If you've been to FanFest before, you know how awesome of an event this is. If you have not, I'm sure you've heard of how awesome this event is. You got to be there. It's the biggest party of the year for Philly sports fans, and you can get your tickets during our next online ticket raid Friday, August 23rd. That's this Friday at 8 a.m. And I mean 8 a.m. sharp, because by like 8:03, they're probably going to be gone. So get in there and get your tickets if you have not yet. All the Fanatic hosts are going to be there, celebrity guests, Philly sports legends, activities, games, prizes, whole bunch of things. 97.5thefanatic.com has all the info, so go ahead and check that out. Johnny, does it feel like it's coming up? Because I don't know. Maybe it's the success of the teams.
I think there's too much before FanFest that I'm like, we usually would be heading towards FanFest this weekend or next weekend.
Yes.
And I love the September because of the weather. I like it a little bit better. But the idea, too, is we're going to be winding up. That's the last weekend of baseball season.
Yep.
Could the Phillies be clinching the top seed that night or anything like that at FanFest? Would you great? Be fun to roll right into Xfinity Live and just enjoy the event.
Absolutely. And I think the other thing, too, like FanFest, when it was the Phillies not playing well, when they were in that 10-year playoff drought, and we were having that event, it was always just like, we don't really have all that much to talk about right now. Like, the Phillies think, and we're trying to get to this event, and you're focused on, like, hey, that's something to look forward to.
Fun.
Yes. Now it's just like, wow, well, it's still going to be a great event, but we're so caught up in how well the teams are doing and where the Phillies are at and how the Eagles have had a great camp that we just kind of lose ourselves, and that's a great time.
Eagles are going to be 3-0.
Okay.
They'll be heading into that New Orleans game.
Wow. Yeah, Phillies are going to be on the road to a 1-week vacation.
Hopefully they will be, and I wonder, will the last two games of the season mean something?
For the Phillies.
In Washington, and I wonder if they're going to mean something. And if they do mean something, they will take over that ballpark like you've never seen. Philly fans are going to take over that place like
Absolutely.
We've never seen.
Now, I'm hoping it doesn't matter because I'm hoping this team is finally, they're showing those signs of coming out of it.
I already got a hotel room, by the way, for first weekend of next year in Washington. Because the Phillies open up in Washington, and it's cherry blossom stuff.
You've already planned something for the first series of next year.
Yes, because I saw the schedule and said, it's an easy trip, take the train down.
How are they going to have the World Series champions open up on the road?
Exactly.
That's crazy.
Well, they want the weather to be really nice for when the banner goes up here.
That's true. That's a great point. Dude, I don't even know what I'm having for lunch today, and John's already got planned out what he's doing.
Kidding me?
He can tell you the days until then as well.
I can absolutely tell you that.
I'm sure he can. You know what else you can tell me, Johnny? You can tell me these sports falsehoods. So if you missed it before we went into our last break, John's putting up an article. You can check it out, 97.5thefanatic.com, on sports falsehoods that are not conspiracy theories.
That aren't conspiracy theories. Because I put in the top of it. There's a conspiracy theory, and I consider a conspiracy theory is something that you cannot point to a fact to say it's a fact. I absolutely 100% believe, not 99, that Michael Jordan did not retire from the NBA, his first retirement. I'm not dumb enough to think that 18 months later it's like, oh, yeah, it's all over. The NBA investigating Jordan for gambling, have a giant investigation going on that they made public. Jordan retires, and then he comes back to the NBA, and they go, oh, we're not reopening that investigation. That's because penalty was probably already served. So I don't believe it, but I can't prove it, so that's still a conspiracy theory. So I wrote a couple that I hear all the time. One of them, I had to get Connor Thomas on last year. Like, doubleheaders. Well, you're usually going to split a doubleheader. In fact, since baseball has kept track of the stat, more doubleheaders are swept than split. But people always assume, oh, it's tough to sweep a doubleheader. In fact, now it's only in the history of the modern era since they've kept the records. 51-49. doubleheader sweeps to doubleheader splits. It's like dead even. But the bottom line is, it's not really more likely for anything to happen. But slightly, you're more likely to see a sweep. You hear it in the NFL. We heard it a couple years ago when the Eagles played the Giants in the postseason. It's tough to beat a team 3 times in a year. In fact, it's not. 2/3 of the time, the team that won the 2 regular season games and they meet in the playoffs sweeps them and wins the playoffs. It's greater than 64% of the time.
That one just is factually incorrect.
But you always hear it.
Yes.
People always say that you're going to hear somebody try to, it's tough to beat a team 3 times in a year. In fact, it's not. And by the way, here's even more for you. The third margin of victory in the third time, the third margin of victory is the biggest one over 40% of the time. So it's actually even easier to beat a team 3. And the NBA spent over $2 million studying load management.
Now, this is where we're going to disagree.
And they let the teams provide all of the data. They said, we're not collecting the data. We're going to pay for this study. You're going to supply us your injury data, your missed games, your load management games. Everybody participate, but we'll pay for it. The NBA teams provided the data, and it was proven overwhelmingly load management has done nothing to prevent NBA injuries. In fact, there's more injuries in the NBA 3 of the last 5 years than since when load management has become the rage. There's more guys missing games than there ever has been. So it does not. Those are 3, and I wondered if you guys had some too.
The load management thing, just real quick. I think part of it is the thought process behind it is not just it's going to reduce injuries over the course of the season, wear and tear, stuff like that.
Because we know
make these guys healthier. But there's more to it than that. It's not just that big overview. There is a simpler part where if Joel Embiid is not on the floor, he's not going to get hurt. If LeBron James is not on the floor, he's not going to get hurt. If these guys are sitting in folding chairs on the side, it is 1 game out of 82 where you're guaranteed that they will not be injured in. So it does do something.
But it doesn't. As more players
how
more
can you
players,
possibly debate
because more players, because the NBA has done the research and let the teams provide the data.
I'm conceding the
more
fact that it doesn't.
More players are hurt today.
It doesn't make them long-term health. I'm conceding the point that it makes them long-term healthier. We don't have data on that. But you cannot possibly, logically, I need you to look me in my eyes and tell me that it is not logical to say that if Joel Embiid does not play basketball, there is less of a chance of him being hurt than if he does play basketball.
But that is the most ridiculous premise I've ever heard in my life.
It's kind of like the old correlation without causation thing where ice cream sales and the murder rate go up. Doesn't mean that ice cream sales are causing the murder rate. It's the heat and all that. So it could be something else applying to the injuries. I don't think they're getting hurt more because they're not playing.
Do we agree? Can we agree that athletes today are bigger, stronger, faster than they've ever been?
Yes.
That NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball teams and everything spend more money today on trainers and all the high-tech stuff. Yet athletes today are more injured, and you could even say far more injured than their predecessors 20 and 40 years ago. Not even going back don't go back more than 2 generations. They are much more injured today.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Well,
they play less. They're injured more.
So part of the conversation.
They practice less, by the way.
Part of the conversation
you go back to being a kid. You're playing too much when you're a kid.
So you do believe that's part of it. I do too.
I believe that's part of it. Yeah,
yeah, absolutely. The way that athletes are brought up today is a lot different. The mentality of this generation in general is a lot different. It's no go to work and toil in a factory and who cares about how your arm feels or leg feels or this. Go out there and find a way.
I'm talking about modern era.
No, I know. But dude, even go to the 90s. There were dudes. We didn't have concussion protocol until a decade ago, less than that even. It feels like it's such a common part of the game now in the NFL, but things have changed. And part of it is the way that athletes are coddled now because there's more money in it, and eventually you're going to want to take care of your investment. That's talking more about the professional game. But there is part of that conversation.
Yeah, look, I understand that you're saying, you want to protect. The money is a major part of it.
Yeah.
And I think that's the investment. The problem I have is when they try to finagle science to back up their rationale when the science does not exist. And the NBA is the only league that has actually paid for its teams to provide the data and have the studies done.
Baseball gets away with that sometimes, too, with the phantom little hot spot on your finger because the pitcher stinks. Like, they put him away for a little while.
Walker rule.
Yeah.
By the way, he still isn't that great.
No, but the thing with that, and we're going to
But do you have any on your mind?
I don't really.
Like, as far as like things you hear?
I would like to take a deep dive into the righty-lefty matchups. I know overtime.
That's a good one.
That is a good one. But Johan Rojas sits yesterday. He's hitting well. Like, who's to say he's not going to go out there and hit the righty well?
He's your best hitter since July. He's your best hitter. Yeah.
Like, I think Rob Thompson's on the far end of that spectrum where he overplays to that, but I would like to see numbers over a long period of time, maybe for the past 10 years in Major League Baseball, because I know that's a historical kind of thing, bench lefties versus lefties, righties versus righties, but
the Rojas thing, he's far exceeding what they asked him to do.
Yeah.
And they play him less as he continues to show them play him.
Like, how are you supposed to get better if you don't get the opportunity?
I don't understand.
I don't get it.
I think the whole deferring or not deferring the kickoff in football is a big part of that too. Like using numbers to determine something like that, analytics to determine something that changes based on momentum, I think is crazy. And a lot of people believe that the same thing is going for fourth downs in certain spots. Like, there needs to be some nuance to it. This turns into more of an analytics or not everything conversation again. But there is this thought in sports that people have figured out the exact mathematical equation for when you should go for it, when you should kick, all of this. That's just never going to exist.
Are you a watching a game guy that says before the tush push?
Yeah.
So take that out of the consideration. Are you a guy that tended to sit behind your TV or in the stands and go
Yes.
for it?
I want them to go for it.
Even on their own side of the 50?
Yes.
Yeah.
Always.
Because I was not on that.
I'm a moron.
I'm right there. I'm go for it like Madden. Like,
exactly.
I mean, I was watching a highlight reel from 20 years ago, and these guys are kicking field goals from inside the 5. I'm like, why? Like, it's so much different now. And maybe it's for the best, maybe it's for the worst. I think you win the Super Bowl if you go for it instead of punting on 4th and 2 or whatnot late in that game. So I am the go for it route kind of guy.
My hero is like the high school coach. And I don't know, this story pops up every once in a while, so maybe there's multiple people doing it. But the guy that will go for it on every 4th down, and they don't even have a punter on the team.
That's Liv's high school.
Yeah, exactly.
She is the winningest active high school coach in the South. Coaches Liv's high school Marist.
Those people are my heroes.
He will not kick a field goal inside the 20.
There's a basketball team out there that's like not a talented team. I forget what level they play at, a college basketball team that only shoots threes. Like, they are literally only allowed to shoot 3-pointers. And they beat the brakes off the team.
Are they thinking volume? Is that the
three's
thought
greater
process?
than 2.
Yeah, and
it's simple math to them, and it's just like I don't know. I like that when people try and get too complicated with things. It leads into a lot of these falsehoods.
Coach Chadwick he's in his 70s, and he's been coaching forever, played in the NFL, and he literally will never go. If you're inside the 20, he will not ever kick a field goal. It's 4-down territory.
Interesting.
And I like that.
I would love to hear some people chime in, 610-632-0975, because that feels like it fits into, Andrew had a topic a couple, like maybe about a month ago, about like things that bother you over the course of a long season that shouldn't. This feels very individual as well. Like, people are going to have their own unique spin on that. So I'd love to hear that from some listeners on the text line or on the phone line. Again, 610-632-0975. Do you have any of those sports falsehoods that are not conspiracy theories? Great point, and going to be a great article to read when it comes up. Now,
go check it out.
I promised, speaking of checking things, I promised a mental check-in for the Philadelphia Phillies fan base. And to set this up, I want to go back to the text line because I know we have people chiming in on the Phillies. And, John, we've been on relatively opposite sides of this Phillies conversation today. Big Gun, what do we have on the Phillies on the text line?
Yeah, we get a Phillies one up for you. We got CJ and Chester checking in. He says that if Rob Thompson continues to do this and the lead dwindles, do you have to consider his job? I can't say that, but I mean, I'll let you guys answer the question. Consider his job at the end of the season if he continues to falter games away with these lineups and not pinch hitting.
No shot. There's nothing that Rob.
How does the regular season end? Are they a wild card?
I guess
Sure,
we can.
let's
We can
If this team ends up if they blow this division lead, I'll help them freaking pack.
They're not fired.
I know they're not going. No, they're not going to blow the division lead. If this team loses this division lead, it will be one of the biggest collapses in Major League Baseball history, and it would be a choke job that we would call any other team and fan base out for. So yes, I'll get the cardboard boxes and I'll drive them down to CBP because this would have been a wretched collapse.
One, they're not, and we're all in agreement.
They're not going to
We're going to wrap the division up in 2 days.
But
you think so, eh?
Yeah,
maybe there's still. Again, there's still guys. We keep doing this because the Phillies are so good, where we act like we're closer to the end of the season than we are. We've got a month and like 10 days left, and a lot can change. You still have enough baseball games.
I mean, the magic number goes down to the 20.
I got you, but like, did we forget what happened in 2007? Like, let's not pretend like things don't happen every once in a while in sports. That we saw it last year with the Eagles. I'm not saying the Phillies are the Eagles, but I'm saying that pretending like it's not a possibility, even if a 1% chance is crazy. But here's what I'll say. Even if they do end up in a wild card spot, which is not going to happen, we're all in agreement. Rob Thompson's not losing his job.
No. Well, as long as they win, yeah.
He's led the team to a World Series appearance and the National League pennant that year. And the NLCS with one game away from going back-to-back World Series appearances.
What if they go out in the NLDS this year?
He's not getting fired. Now, what it will start is the conversation of when this extension they gave him is over. Do you bring him back? And that's the real conversation. But they will not move on from Rob Thompson.
We all think they're going to win the division.
Yes.
I have no doubt. The magic number is 32, by the way. I have no doubt they're going to win the division. But if they were to go out in the NLDS, I would consider his job on the line next year.
Let me ask you this.
You would have
next year.
You would have frittered away 3 opportunities to win a World Series.
Does the way you handle Nick Sirianni, you wanted to bring him back, but then slowly Connor and Andrew have kind of turned your opinion on it a little bit. Where you're like, I don't know. Now, is that applying to Rob Thompson as well, where you don't want to give him that benefit of the doubt if you see something go wrong? Because he has brought you to a World Series and the NLCS, so he has technically done more for your team than Nick Sirianni has done for the Eagles, and you wanted him back at some point.
I would look at it as this way, is that I'm seeing Nick. First of all, Nick Sirianni took over a worse situation. By far. Took over a worse situation.
Yeah.
Rob Thompson was
better organization, though.
And I'm going to argue. I'm going to argue with you. Top four payroll in baseball.
Rob Thompson was coming off 10 years of nothing.
I mean, is your
yeah, but he had
a loaded team.
He had a lot
that was totally underachieving, and everybody knew it in baseball. And then the switch was flipped. I absolutely believe, though, that what Connor and Andrew have done is move me more towards understanding their position.
Right.
I don't share the position, but I do understand it more as I've seen things unfold.
Yeah, and if Rob Thompson leads this Phillies baseball team to 3 straight postseason appearances after 10 years of not making the postseason,
he can't. Then there's no way. First of all, there's no way. If he wins this division, there's no way anyone should even.
Yeah, even if he doesn't, they will not fire him. If he does not, if there's a major collapse, which none of us think is coming,
no,
then you're going to have the conversation about, the contract he's on could be his last.
Sure.
But it won't be like he's gone after the year. But that tells me all I need to know about the mental check-in on this fan base. I know that's one person, but we've got people still asking about Rob Thompson's job security and stuff like that. This is...
Well, I think they don't understand what he does. It's not logical. What he does is not logical.
It's not logical today, but is it logical over 162? And have the results shown that? We're going to continue that discussion.
He's yet to win a division, so he has not.
We're going to continue that discussion coming up on the other side because there's nuance when it comes to the postseason and how that plays in. I also have a question for everybody to consider about the double-edged sword of the preseason and how much you look at other teams as their preseason mattering. We'll get into it coming up next. I'm Connor Thomas, in for Andrew Salciunas, John Kincade to my left, Brendan Gunn on the board. We're back after this here for more Kincade and Salciunas on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Kincade Salciunas is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
9:30 here at Fanatic Studios. Connor Thomas sitting in the chair normally occupied by Andrew Salciunas. He's off today and tomorrow. It'll be John and I again tomorrow. He'll be back on Wednesday, but it's been a fun day,
He's going to be
man.
painting today, though. So
yeah, he's got the shutters he's got to paint and take care of. Oh, I think I forgot at 9 a.m. Did I say hopefully you had a good drive into work?
No, you said it at 8, though.
Yeah.
You wished everybody.
But then Andrew
well.
always checks in after, too. See, this is important.
There were 3 fiery wrecks.
People don't understand that not only does this show bring you incredible sports talk every morning, but it is integral to the traffic pattern of the Delaware Valley. So my apologies. But hopefully everyone's all good out there and the drive was okay. You were right. It was foggy. But also, I want to make sure that everyone's all right on the Philadelphia Phillies. They're like relatively all right. Now, what I will say is, even when this team was winning at like a near 700 clip, there was a portion of this fan base, or maybe just a portion of baseball fans, that were bringing up how they haven't played anybody and we're still worried about them getting cold in the playoffs. So I'm not looking at people being negative on this team as the full indicator of whether or not people have bought in. There's always going to be a portion of the conversation around the Phillies until they hoist the World Series trophy that says, well, I'm worried about them in the postseason. I'm worried about their approach. And I'm not invalidating those people. I'm just saying, like, I don't think that we're ever going to get to a point where everyone's happy with the Philadelphia Phillies.
No.
Until the day after the World Series ends and they win the trophy.
Right now, if you were where on a 1 to 10, and you could even go halves, where is your confidence that we see a parade this year?
Parade for the Phillies? 7.5.
You're higher than me. I'll go 5.5.
I think Connor pretty much hit it on the head. Like
You're that high.
I'm confident in this team that they're going to be in the NLCS at the minimum. So I think at that point, it's just a matter of if the bats are hot or not.
Yeah, their postseason success compared to the other teams in the National League is much better.
The reason I'm looking at it that way is I'm saying that right now you got the top 5 teams in the NL are separated by 4.5 games. And that has not been the case the last few years. You've got a bunch of teams that are all playing pretty much exactly the same with like 38 games to go in the season.
I think the pitching advantage come the postseason is going to lean heavily towards the Phillies in a lot of these series, though. I mean,
do you like the Phillies pitching like 1-2 bet? Like 1-2 is who?
It's going to be Wheeler Nola.
No, we know who it's going to be.
It should be.
You say it should be.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
you say Wheeler. You say that Nola has outpitched Sanchez.
Yes, I mean,
For the
Ray
season.
Dunn had a great stat. Outside of Nola's first start, he has a better ERA than Christopher Sanchez. I don't know what the exact number is, but Ray was talking to me yesterday about it. Christopher Sanchez, outside of his complete game the other day, he wasn't pitching the best.
He had a bumpy road.
He's got 2 complete games this year, though, and 1 complete game shutout. The tough conversation is going to be Ranger Suarez or Christopher Sanchez in that
is going to be
spot.
That is going to be hard, and I guess the next Rangers going to have 5-6 starts to be able to prove to us.
My thing is, can you go through a 5-game series without either Ranger Suarez or Christopher Sanchez pitching? Can one of those guys not
a 5-game you can, but if
can you justify that?
No, you got to buddy up. That has to be the buddy up game.
Okay,
where you start one of them.
I'm telling you right now, if it goes to 4 and 5, I'm much more comfortable going Wheeler and Nola than Christopher Sanchez in a 5-game series.
Well, it depends, though.
He's been really good at points. Like,
I'm telling you.
That's going to be a fun
I could sleep at night knowing we lost with Aaron Nola or Zach Wheeler. I couldn't sleep at night
with Zach Wheeler.
If you go to Zach Wheeler, what I'm saying is this. I know a lot of, having seen especially the Braves go through this so many times. 5-game series, usually the manager's theory is, if you've got a deep starting pitching staff, if you're up 2-1, give your Hoss an extra day's rest.
Yeah.
But then there's some managers who will say, go with your Hoss in game 4.
End the series, dude.
And then end it as soon as possible. Like, there's different mindsets. I've seen both of them put into practice. I want to end the series as soon as possible.
Yeah,
whatever regular rest is. And by the way, I'll give Rob Thompson credit. Rob Thompson was going to put Wheeler on Wednesday with an extra day's rest. I have a feeling that Zach Wheeler went in and said, I want normal rest. Pitch me Tuesday. because he's been very vocal about not liking extra rest. Wheeler's pitching Tuesday. So
Right.
good job for Rob listening to his stars.
And he did say that he's going, like, there are times where he thinks about his strategy, and he may have to change that at some point, very much like Nick Sirianni's conversation last year about preseason games.
Sure.
Players. He reserves his right to change his mind or keep it the same and run through that strategy. But these guys do consider these things. I don't think we have anyone in Philadelphia right now that is, maybe Tortorella's this way, but it might be a good thing for where the team's at. I was going to say that's like stubborn with their strategy. And Torts, I think you kind of have to be with the situation that the Flyers are in. There's your Flyers talk for the day, by the way.
There you go.
Now, something else I want to get into, because mentally it seems like the Phillies were in a better spot than we were a week and a half ago. We've still got some questions about this team. We do understand that the postseason is a near inevitability at this point, and that's a good accomplishment.
99.75.
Exactly. But I want to get into this conversation about the preseason, because I had an interesting thought this morning when I was running down all the topics. And I'm like, I like this about the Eagles, and this about Jalen Hurts, and this about the coaching staff. And I thought about what we would think if we checked in on Green Bay Packers training camp and preseason. And Johnny, I know you watched some of the Packers.
I did watch some of the Packers. I've watched some of the Packers the last 2 weeks because I'm a dork.
Yeah, and you want to see.
I'm more just trying to figure out what can we see. And they, by the way, have felt the need to play more of their starters than the Eagles have.
Yeah, and they're a solid football team. Like, that's not going to change. Your evaluation of that is not going to change. But I need you to be truthful with yourself out there listening right now. I want you to put yourself in the shoes of, like, let's say you go ahead and you hear something from, for example, Adam Schefter.
Sure.
You hear a report from Schefter we're going to talk to on Wednesday. And he says, wow, the Green Bay Packers, they've had an outstanding training camp. Jordan Love looks great, and everyone's happy. That defense is legit. Like, they look like a really good football team. You know what we're all going to say? We're going to say it's preseason. It's training camp. Sure, they sound good. We knew they were a good football team, but we'll see week one. I think we would say that about 31 teams in football. If you asked us about any team not named the Philadelphia Eagles, our response to training camp reports or preseason reports are, well, it's camp, it's practice, it's preseason. Who are they playing against? But instead for the Eagles, it's, wow, this team's amazing. Look at all the stuff they've done right. And there's two possible reasons for this. One is the scary one, where we could be overvaluing what we're saying about the Eagles based on a time of the season where we shouldn't probably draw major conclusions.
Okay.
Or two, we're so close to the Eagles situation. We follow this team. We know this team compared to all the other teams in football that we actually do hear enough and see enough over the course of training camp, not to make like Super Bowl level conclusions, but to have a good idea of whether or not this team is doing things right.
Well, there's two ways that people can't see. Well, those who are not blind. If something's too close or something's too far. Like most people, the majority of people can see the 500-foot level and everything they can see.
Right.
It's too close to in front of you. And sometimes I do wonder. I told Ray Dunn, I just said it to him. I said, I'm concerned that I'm this just absolutely positive on the Eagles. And it's just, I really feel that way. And I'm also incredibly positive on that the Phillies would win the NL East and everything like that. Mm-hmm. But the Phillies, like, last 8 weeks has caused me to have some doubts about what October would look like.
Yeah.
But I'm smart enough to know the last 2 years, the Rangers backed in, the Phillies backed in. So sometimes we're too close to it in any sport.
I think it's funny that for any other team, if we heard these reports about the Eagles, we would just wipe it off. But we hear it about our team, and we start to, at least you and I, John, and I know there's some people who don't fall into that as much as we have this morning and we have this year. But there are some people who see that with other teams and with the Eagles and are like, well, it's too early to make any of these determinations. I wonder.
And that doesn't have to be a dark cloud.
No, it doesn't.
But
for some people,
you
it
make
is.
a good point. You make a good point, though.
And I wonder what part of the fan base, like what portion of the fan base, stands in the camp of, we wouldn't say this about another team, so why are we saying it about ours? My argument to those people that would allow us to be positive is, well, we know our team better, and we know when the Eagles have things going well, and we know from last year when the Eagles have things going poorly. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, 610-632-0975. Let's check in on the text line again there, Brendan. What else we got?
Yeah, I mean, which way do you want me to go? Eagles, Phils, John's question?
Let's go ahead and get one from Johnny's question. I want to hear.
All right, we got Logan and Wallingford checking in. He says he doesn't know if the bye week actually amounts to anything when it comes to the regular season. He didn't say that, of course, talking about the NFL. He said not the playoffs, but in the regular season, does a bye week actually make you go out there and win the next week like people talk about, or is that just an Andy Reid thing?
Well, it is a. I can pull up. I'll go to ESPN stats and information and get.
Yeah, pull up the numbers. My guess would be that the bye week does make a difference because football is such a physical sport that if you have a week where your body did not get just absolutely demolished by a dude wearing like 20 pounds of metal, guys just are getting smoked week in and week out, and then having a week off and playing a team that did not get that same rest, there has to be a difference.
Yeah, I'd argue the biggest advantage of the bye week or disadvantage in the Eagles' case is not who you're playing after, the one single game after. It's when the bye week actually happens in your season, which can propel you to either get rest for the rest of the season or...
I think that's one there, though. As much as I do like to have the conversation about, this is a bad time for a bye week or a good time for a bye week, I don't know that really matters.
Overrated?
Yes. Ultimately, I don't know that it makes the difference that people think, and myself included. But I've got dumb football brain. Like I just told you, I go for it every fourth down. I would never kick. None of that. I also like to have the conversation about the bye week, even though I do kind of understand it may be overstated. Johnny, any update on that?
I'm trying to look at some of these. Is that it is good to bet on teams coming off the bye, but I'm trying to find out the whole number as far as betting teams off the bye. Absolutely is a good thing, whether you're taking the points or laying the points. Betting teams off a bye is a high 50% range.
So it's
a good winner.
Yeah, initial numbers there is something.
There is a benefit.
Gotcha. I figured that would be the case. We can continue to look at that into this break. But coming up next, we have the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. We're also going to just wrap up where we're at with this Philadelphia Eagles conversation. I want to make sure that we're as clear as possible as to how this affects our view on the season. Because what's happening right now, John, doesn't necessarily mean that we're all gung-ho on this season being a guaranteed success. So we'll talk about the bigger picture coming up as well. I'm Connor Thomas sitting in for Andrew Salciunas. John Kincade to my left, Brennan Gunn on the board. We're back after this. 97.5 The Fanatic, Kincade Salciunas.
Philadelphia Union Soccer.
For a shot at the
7 here, 97.5 The Fanatic Studios. Connor Thomas sitting in for Andrew Salciunas. And even though Andrew is out, John, we, of course, are going to continue to do the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3, which we're going to play for you in just a second. But another thing that I want to discuss a little bit after that, as we get ready to pass things over to Mike Missanelli, starting off the second week of the Mike Missanelli Show. I'm excited to hear what he has to say about the weekend the Phillies went through. I also want to have a conversation before we're done about just what the preseason benefits for the Eagles lead to over the regular season. So we'll get into that. I'll explain my point a little bit further. But first, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3.
Now, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
My perspective on the Eagles right now is, wow, I don't know that they could have had a better training camp and preseason to this point, considering what we're hearing from the coaching staff, what we're hearing from reporters around this team, and what we're evaluating ourselves. Are you in the same spot as me?
I am. In a strange way, I feel very peaceful about as we approach the opener coming up. I feel at peace up here about it in my head because I expected more instability. I expected going in more stories than positives. And what we've gotten, I think, overwhelmingly has been more positive stories. I mean, he has no urgency. Rob Thompson, honestly, if the coroner visited the Phillies, somebody would put a toe tag on Rob Thompson. Because this team, this organization, this manager does not embody any sense of urgency. And yesterday was a ridiculous example of a game on the line again when the offense is scoring 13 against the Nationals, or they're going out and clubbing the Marlins for 9. You know what your manager does? Your manager sits there and smiles and says, yeah, things are working out tonight. You know when you need your manager? In one-run games, in two-run games, when decisions have to be made. And Rob Thompson is a poor strategist.
Don't get me wrong, I think I'm more upgraded an offensive coordinator. But, there's going to be some transition time when you change your offensive coordinator. And then more importantly, I say this knowing that the comeback is going to be, well, Howie Roseman drafted Jordan Davis and Kim Durgan. We're fine here. That's great. The depth is there. Howie did a fantastic job preparing for the departure of J.C. Kelsey and Fletcher Cox. But you're talking about almost certainly a Hall of Famer in Kelsey and like a kind of a borderline guy in Fletcher Cox. Two guys who have been the literal backbone of this Philadelphia team on offense and on defense. The guy in the middle on both sides of the ball. The locker room leader. There's just going to be some transition when you go from losing those two guys.
Right now, they're one game from not even having a bye. It's absurd. And it's because of mismanagement. It's because of mismanagement.
That they're a game out.
They could be a game out of being in the top seed.
I don't think it's mismanagement. How in the world are we going to put that month and a half stretch where the team literally couldn't hit on mismanagement? They went through a really bad slump, and it had nothing to do with the manager not playing the right guys.
I disagree with you completely. They had their best defensive player, and a guy who, by the way, I think is now hitting 320 for the past 2 months, was being benched so Brandon Marsh could play every freaking day. Johan Rojas was the...
You cannot tell me that more Johan Rojas playing time away from not being in a month and a half long slump. That's insane.
Johan Rojas is it's just one other option.
It is.
Johan Rojas is hitting what, like 320 for 2 months, and he is by far your best defensive player. But you said, no. We need more Stevenson. We need more Brandon Marsh when he's striking out 40% of the time over a 3-week period.
You're right, but that's not the reason why they are where they are in the standing.
How did you manage to poop away the lead you had over everybody?
Because the whole team went cold for a month and a half. We all watched it.
This is a half-game lead this morning. It could be a 2.5. It could be 3.
It could, and the whole team went cold for a month and a half, and it drove us all insane. And it wasn't the manager not playing the right guys. It was the whole team for getting out a hit for like a month and a half.
How could you go through last year and be totally drinking the Kool-Aid? And I'm very positive on this team, but you can't go into preseason thinking everything's great.
But there are some people out there in the fan base, and I'm somewhat in this school of thought, where when I see them bring in veteran coordinators and when I trust the talent on the roster, if you just wiped last year and you just looked at this roster in a vacuum, you'd say that's an incredibly talented football team with two incredibly talented coordinators, both proven at this level.
Yes.
And they've got everything they need to be a really talented team, and that's why our projections for record and everything are pretty lofty for this team. So I would understand people looking at it and saying, realistically, they should be really good, and this should be smooth, and this should be easy as anything can be in the NFL.
I didn't expect that every day we would be hearing that Kellen Moore's offense was being implemented. I didn't think we would hear all the positivity from the players, because it's a drastic change. But that tells me how desperate they were to get the change, but also, too, how smooth it's went.
There you have it, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3 there. A lot of interesting stuff that we've gotten into today. It's mainly been an Eagles-Phillies bounce back and forth. And frankly, I've enjoyed both the conversations because the fact that we are now talking more. Like, here's the upside of the Eagles conversation. Everything's going great. That one's simple, right?
Yeah, that's the upside right now. Sure.
The upside of the Phillies conversation is we're no longer looking at it like, oh, this team is sleepwalking. This team can't find a way to win a baseball game. We're back to, like, we've gone a step backwards in the problem category. We're back to, okay, they need to, like, the manager needs to take care of this and that, and they need to be a little bit more consistent. But it's no longer we're losing our minds. Is this team ever going to win a baseball game again? Which is a step in the right direction there. Hopefully, then it will become the next step will be, oh, well, they've only done it against bad teams, but that goes out the window because you're playing Atlanta and Houston.
Yeah, I mean, these next 2 weeks are going to tell me all I need to know.
So, yeah, hopefully it goes well.
And by the way, if these next 2 weeks go really well, I think it is a harbinger that October is going to be stronger. And if these next 2 weeks continue the trend of the last 2 months, could be a problem.
You're absolutely right. And tomorrow, since the Phillies are off tonight, we will have that conversation looking forward not just to the Braves series, but to the next 2 weeks of baseball that are going to be huge for the Philadelphia Phillies. But I just want to wrap this Eagles conversation up with a bow. Do you look at that and say, John, because we're highly positive, are you pretty much in the same spot with your prediction for the team overall as you were when training camp started? I know we feel better emotionally, but our win totals haven't really changed.
No,
right?
11-5, 13, 11 floor, 13 ceiling, and I'm sitting at 12.
And
I think at 12 is about, and I've already bet on my BetParks app over 10.5 and over 11.5. So
that's perfect.
That's about. I don't have the guts to go over 12.5.
Well, I just don't want people to hear what we were saying today and think, well, they had him as a 10-win team going into training camp, and now they've added 3 more wins. Like, we feel good about this team outside of what we're hearing. It's just nice to have the good comments from players, coaches, reporters, national or local. And that is a good thing for the Eagles.
It was a lot of fun today, and we hope you'll join us tomorrow. Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partner, H&H Heating and Air Conditioning, and make a donation like the Hoke brothers do to the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it today at 975thefanatic.com/AACR. I'm here to tell you, I'm living proof. Cancer research saves lives.
Andrew out again tomorrow, so it'll be John and I again. Red and Gun on the board. We'll have a lot of fun stuff previewing a big series for the Phillies, a big stretch, and there's always going to be more Eagles talk. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Mike Missanelli comes your way next. That's all for